Is Pastor James E. Burks in the chambers? Pastor Burks?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, we can do it. Yeah, we don't need to lie.
I know which side you're gonna sit on.
Father and son, right in the trail. Is that?
Hello, how are you?
They go have fun. They go have fun. Have the ball. Well, we it was like this on the ground. The floor roller. That's it. Father's gonna kill me. My dad's gonna kill me. Go back that way. Behind it. You're up there. My father's gonna kill me. Hi, Mayor. How are you? I haven't seen you since the POA meeting. How come? Where you been? Right now. Things are getting cleaned up. Oh, it's okay. Lost a lot of weight.
Looking for services as a retired U.S. Air Force military 100% disabled vet, it can be quite challenging because you don't know.
Two-minute warning. We will commence exactly at 1800 hours in 2 minutes. So, got 1 minute, 60 seconds.
Kenny.
Welcome back, sir.
What's up, brother?
It's about
Man.
time you get here.
Thank you.
I'm just curious.
Thank you for stalling.
No, it's 5:59.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you for the referral.
Oh. You ready to go?
Sounded they forgot it, so they were replaced.
Okay. It is now 1800 hours. I'm going to call this regular council meeting 2025-27 to order. The invocation will be given by Pastor James E. Burks of the Body of Christ Fellowship, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be given by our Deputy Mayor Extraordinaire, Mike Jaffe. Please rise.
May we pray. Our Father and our God, we thank you for this day. We are especially grateful for the redemptive and sacrificial gift of your Son, Jesus. Lord, we pray that your hand would be on the city of Palm Bay, that you would guide and lead and direct us in all things. Father, we pray for this council. We thank you, first of all, for their willingness to serve and for the sacrifices that they make to do this. We pray for their protection. We pray for their families. And Lord, we pray over them the prayer that Solomon prayed, that you would give them wisdom to lead. And Lord, we pray that your grace would give them humility to serve.
Thank you, Father.
Lord, be with us in this time tonight. We desire more than anything that all the glory and all the praise goes to you. And we ask this in the wonderful and precious name of your Son, Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hoorah! Just for the record, you guys just motivate the heck out of me. Everyone's saying the Pledge of Allegiance all in unison. I don't know about you, but I feel like going out and running 3 miles. I've got a meeting, though. I probably do it afterwards. Roll call, Ms. Leffler.
Mayor Medina,
Present?
Deputy Mayor Jaffe,
present.
Councilman Johnson,
Present.
Councilman Hammer,
Here.
Councilman Langevin,
Present.
Mr. Morton,
Present.
Ms. Smith.
Here.
Thank you, ma'am. Announcements, Deputy Mayor?
We have one vacancy on the Sustainability Advisory Board. This represents at-large position. Anyone wishing to serve on boards for Palm Bay can apply at Palm Bay, Florida, or palmbayfl.gov, or contact the City Clerk's office at 952-3414.
Thank you. Councilman Hammer? We just spoke of the Sustainability Board.
Yes, I would like to ask if everybody could say a prayer for Susan Connolly. She was in an accident on Tuesday, and she has a fight ahead of herself. As of right now, it's not good. So I just need everybody's prayers, if you could, and not just. She does so much for this community. Anybody that's ever met her, she is an absolute angel. If anybody wants to help, I would reach out to our city clerk's office. We're going to have information there. I'll make sure I give it to the city clerk's office so we could get to people. But as of right now, all she needs is prayers. If we can get everybody to have her in your prayers, that would be amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Hammer. Mr. Morton, agenda revisions?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. The applicant for item number 3 under public hearings has requested that the case be continued to the November 20th regular council meeting.
Okay, Council, this is up to you. I would need a motion for that continuance, or do you want to continue to hear the item? Item number 3 in the public hearings.
Are they asking for a date certain?
Continued to the November 20th regular council meeting is the request.
Council, I need a motion.
Quick question, Mayor. This is the second time we're continuing it, correct?
That, to me, as far as I recollect, that is correct.
All right.
Mr. Morton? Is this the second request for continuance?
I believe it was. It was continued from the October 16th, 2025 council meeting once already.
And Mayor, can I ask Mr. Morton another question?
Yes,
Was the
absolutely.
reason given for the continuation?
I might have to ask the city clerk. I do not have a reading. Or a reasoning, excuse me. I'm just reading the request per the agenda.
Please.
Anything from Ms.
No, we just received the letter.
today?
No, I believe it was at least a couple of days ago. It's in the agenda packet.
Yeah. Mayor, honestly, I believe all of council is well prepared for this item, so I'm fine with moving forward with it.
Okay. So I don't have a motion or a second to continue this item, so it'll remain on the agenda. We are moving forward with item number 3 on the public hearings. Mr. Morton, next revision?
Yes, we also have a request from the applicant for items number 5 and items number 7 under public hearings. They have requested a continuance until the December 4th regular council meeting.
And so the same individuals are wanting to bring up items number 4 today. And 6 as well. Are they all being continued?
No, Mayor, just have a request for items 5 and 7, which would leave items 4 and 6 on the agenda.
Okay, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to make a motion to just continue all items related to Lotus for 90 days. They've come, this is, I think, the 4th time they've asked for a continuance, so I think we need to just give them an opportunity to get everything together.
Yeah, I would second that.
Oh, go ahead.
I would second that motion, but would you consider 120 days?
I would, Mayor. I'll retract my motion and make it 120 days.
I'll second that motion.
We should have
Can
a
we,
date certain.
Madam?
Can we let the
Madam-
clerk
Yeah.
figure out what that date would be?
Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me if I may, regarding Lotus items. Jim Gilda, I am the developer applicant. I just want to state that the reason for this request for the continuance for these 2 items is to provide city staff with additional time to review documents that we've been trying to get to a conclusion for many, many months. And there's been staff changeover, people coming in, people coming out. So, you know, I think at this point, this is really not an applicant request. This was, or really should be a city staff request at this point, because that's why this is coming up in this format.
Thank you. Your comments are duly noted, sir. Madam Clerk? Mr. Moore, can you speak to that?
I think we have some, fundamental disagreements. I'm seeing it a little differently than the applicant. We've got some significant challenges. We've got some concurrency issues that we've not resolved. I think we need to resolve those concurrency issues. The landscape, around development has changed. It's changing quickly. We're fiscally constrained as a city, and we need to ensure that the resources, not just to fix and maintain the current infrastructure that we have for our citizens, but also that concurrency will allow the infrastructure to be online when new development does come. There are some gaps the city has in terms of data and some of our level of service standards, which is something that we are addressing, and we need to address that through data analysis. We invited all the developers of what I call the Southeast Quadrant to a meeting and said, hey, we're not necessarily a staff, right? We don't take a position against development or for development, but we have some creative challenges that we can work together to solve. We've not made any progress on those yet. But I'll just take fire as an example. We currently are installing a temporary fire station, on a 2-year lease for that whole entire quadrant. We're 6 months into that lease. That gives us a year and a half. Then we don't have a fire station. Let's just say that that was paid for by impact fees. The impact fees just from one development that's coming or proposed to come online won't even cover that temporary fire station cost to go vertical, let alone staff it. So we're going to be without a home and at least 20 firefighters short on the day it opens. So we've got some challenges I think we need to address in terms of now that the state is saying we can pretty much expect ad valorem taxes to go away. We need to make sure that we can not just provide for our existing citizens, but that any new development that we continue or consider to bring on, that we've robustly discovered those challenges, the timing of those challenges, including the roadways, and not just bring development on for the sake of that development. So I think we're still a little ways apart yet.
So just real quick, Mayor, I feel like we're out of order on task here, and to me, these are all quasi judicial hearings. There seems to be a lot of people here to be able to want to speak on this tonight, and I strongly feel that those motions should be rescinded. We should follow the applicant's request or the city's request. There could be an argument on whose request it is that this withdrawn these items, and go ahead and hear the items that are publicly advertised to be heard tonight.
Yeah, right now I got a motion to have them rescheduled for 120 days out, and it was seconded. So, Madam Terry, do you have a date certain, 120 days out?
It's looking like it would go into March. I think March 19th would probably be the appropriate date.
Okay, so March 19th will give you plenty of time to speak with staff and work those details out.
May I speak?
Yes,
one more
sir.
time?
Yes, sir.
I just want to say that, this has been a very long process, and it has, we have tried to move these applications forward, but when we've had multiple delays, which are not the fault of the applicant at this point. We've had a comp plan amendment that wasn't properly transmitted by staff originally, and we had to do it a second time and get an approval for that. Then we've had multiple discussions with staff members about these development agreements over months and months at time, trying to coordinate to get, thoughts together, people together, things moving, and then we have either no response or we have limited response. And just hearing about these items tonight from the city manager, that there's an issue with this, and this, it's the first time we've heard of it. There's been no correspondence to that effect via email or any letters or reviews or anything.
Okay. The way I see it, it's piecemeal. I take your comments. Thank you for that. Mr. Morton, did you want to respond to that?
Sorry? Yeah, I was going to say, to that point, maybe there's issues, but as we sit here tonight, we still don't even have school concurrency worked out, which is a requirement to move this forward. So we've got real issues that need to be resolved instead of just saying you've not heard. We've been talking about school concurrency for a long time. We don't have that yet. So we've got that and other challenges that need to be addressed. That's why we invited you to the table to start addressing them.
Okay, thank you. Madam Attorney, any comments?
Nothing further.
Okay, right now I got a motion. The date certain is March 19th. You made the motion, Councilman Langevin. Is there anything you want to add?
No, Mayor.
I seconded the motion, sir, and I think it's being piecemeal, moving forward with two when we have two other items. So let's bring it all together. Let's work on the school concurrency. Let's work on these issues that are challenges. And that right now, I've got a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed signify by saying nay. Passes unanimously. March 19th is the date certain, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say something briefly. I'm an aggrieved party and neighbor to the city here, and I filed a number of written objections to the development, so I'd like to reserve my right to supplement those objections at any future hearing, and I agree with the council's decision tonight.
March 19th, sir.
Yes, I understand that, but he got a right to speak, so I'm just asking to speak too.
Understood.
Pursuant to the motion to continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now, the next item, sir. Mr. Morton, next agenda revision?
Sorry, I'm trying to get my microphone on so everyone can hear me. We have a consideration of City Council Flag Program nominee Corporal Christopher J. Swist that has been added as item 3 under new business at the request of Mayor Medina.
Thank you. And so I'm going to add something to this. I'm going to speak a little bit about decorum, right? And we have a new policy that's coming up, and I'll touch a little bit on that as well, and I'll have the deputy mayor share his thoughts right before we go into public comments. But the city council permits and encourages comments from the public to preserve order and decorum, and the following rules apply. Under public comments, if you wish to address the council, you make sure you fill out a speaker card available in front of the clerk by the TV to give to the clerk. Speakers shall be limited to Palm Bay citizens, owners of property and a business within the city, and those which receive utility service from the city concerning those utility service. Be sure to check the box in the speaker card to affirm that you meet at least one of these criterias. When you're called, come to the podium, speak clearly into the microphone, and state your name and address. Each person shall be limited to 3 minutes and only allowed to speak once. And you can't yield your time to a neighbor or a resident. Direct your comments to me, direct the council. not individual council members, staff, or members of the public. Speak to its members, refrain from shouting. Each and every one in the audience should not be shouting, whether you're applauding or hear, though those comments should be refrained. Violation of these rules may result in an issuance of verbal warning. If violations continue, visitors may be removed from the council chambers. A speaker may not be removed merely because of the content of his speech, his or her speech, or whether it's politically pleasing or unacceptable. With that, I'll carry on. Our next agenda revision is Ms. Smith. Madam Smith?
No revision, sir.
Council, do you have any revisions?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to move public hearing item number 1 right before presentations.
Okay, so I've got a motion for Frank and Susan Pichon
Second.
to be moved right before presentation. So that's public hearing number 1. And I got a second by Councilman Hammer. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. Okay, so right before presentation, public hearing is number 1. All right, so if anyone's here for comments, oh, and by the way, you can always fill out a speaker card. You don't have to live in the city of Palm Bay if you want to fill out a speaker card on any agenda item. As long as it's an agenda item, we're only referring to those public comments. Is there anyone in the audience that was here for items 5, 6, and 7? Know that it was moved to March 19th. Okay, we're now on proclamations.
He didn't, but it is for him.
Nope, you're good. You want on the bottom? Sorry, messing with your mojo.
So good evening. So is Angela Dunn and Jennifer Creel available? Are they here? Come on up. Come on up. Nice to meet you. So you can come over here. Okay. I love to be flanked by wonderful people. It's National Hospice Palliative Care Month, November 2025. It is hereby proclaimed by the mayor of the city of Palm Bay, and yes, I still proclaim it is the greatest city on the face of the earth. Whereas Medicare's first proven coordinated care model, hospice, is a program that works offering person-centered, compassionate care, ensuring people dignity, choice, and quality of life. And whereas the hospice model involves an interdisciplinary team-oriented approach to treatment, including expert medical care, quality symptom control, and a comprehensive pain management as a foundation of care. And whereas beyond providing physical treatment, hospice attends to the patient's emotional and spiritual and family needs, and provides family services like respite care and grief counseling. And whereas hospice and palliative care organizations are advocates and educators about advanced care planning that helps individuals make decisions about the care they want. And whereas St. Francis Hospice has cared for our community since 1977, delivering 1977, that probably a little before most of you were born. Whereas St. Francis Hospice has cared for our community since 1977, delivering compassionate, caring, expert, and professional hospice and grief support services to patients and families at the end of life, reflecting love, and compassion. And whereas 48 years ago, Emily Sasko, a Titusville nurse, and a group of volunteers came together to establish Hospice of St. Francis because they wanted their family, their friends, their neighbors to have access to compassionate, quality, end-of-life care from a locally based hospice provider. And whereas founded in 1977, Hospice of St. Francis, now St. Francis Hospice, is a nonprofit community organization of skilled professionals and dedicated volunteers whose mission is to provide access to compassionate, caring, expert, and professional hospice and grief support services to patients and their families at the end of life. And whereas today's St. Francis Hospice serves more than 2,800 patients annually, providing holistic patient-centered care and comfort to patients and families throughout Brevard County. The St. Francis Hospice mission remains uplifting lives, uplifting others, and uplifting our community. Now, therefore, I, Rob Medina, Mayor of the City of Palm Bay, by virtue of the authority of said office, do hereby proclaim the month of November 2025 as National Hospice and Palliative Care Month in the City of Palm Bay, and encourage all our citizens to learn more about hospice and palliative care at the end of life and try to help as they can, and commend the St. Francis Hospice team for their service of the people of the City of Palm Bay and the cities roundabout. In witness whereof, I have set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Palm Bay this 6th day of November 2025. And I must add this. St. Francis Hospice was there for me when both my parents came to their end of life. And they have been there for so many other families. Man.
Thank you so much, Mayor. We greatly appreciate this. As the oldest not-for-profit hospice in Brevard County, and you know, guys, we are the second oldest hospice in the state of Florida. It is our privilege to serve Brevard County. And when he talks about the 2,800 patients, that is just Brevard County that we've been caring for. We take care of all stages of life. We even have for the kiddos, when there's grief support needed for the kiddos, we have our North Star program. Nobody has to go through end of life alone. That's what hospice and palliative care is all about. It's making sure that the end can be the absolute best it can be with a bear hug for the patient and the family. So, Mayor, on behalf of St. Francis Hospice, thank you. Thank you for trusting us with your family. Thank you that we have been able to be trusted with so many other families through the community. Thank you for honoring us today. We greatly appreciate it.
I didn't know I did a motion.
It's okay.
Well, I got a little emotional there, huh, guys? Yeah, it took me back a few years. Both my parents passed away in 2020, 2021, respectively. Almost 70 years of marriage. Isn't that great? Okay, I got to switch it up a bit here. It's Law Enforcement Records Personnel Week. Hoorah! Aliana De Barros and the Records Unit, come on up. I got to get motivated, gentlemen. What you see is what you get with me, ladies and gentlemen. Your mayor's a true person. Law Enforcement Records Personnel Week. Come on up, guys. Really proud of all the work you do. Really appreciate everything you do. Come on up here. You guys are shorter, get a nice places here. It is hereby proclaimed by the mayor of the city of Palm Bay, the greatest city on the face of the earth. Whereas each day, dedicated police records personnel serve the citizens of Palm Bay, Florida, by providing vital services that are essential to the efficient operation of the Palm Bay Police Department and its records section, and in keeping our community safe. And whereas the women who serve as police records personnel are the backbone of the criminal justice system by ensuring our accuracy, integrity, security, and accessibility of records, of police records. They play a key role in assisting police officers in investigations, and they maintain criminal justice statistics. And whereas police records personnel demonstrate expertise in managing complex record-keeping systems that is crucial to identifying suspects, pursuing leads, and ensuring the successful prosecution of those that commit crimes. And whereas, along with acute technical skills, police records personnel are committed to and exemplify professionalism, courtesy, and efficiency in their daily interactions with the public, officers, and partner public safety agencies. And whereas Law Enforcement Records Personnel Week provides the opportunity to honor those who are committed to ensuring their role in criminal justice remains a vital part of law enforcement, and to recognize their many contributions to the well-being of the communities in which they serve. And whereas, why are you gentlemen standing back there? I need you all to come up here, please. And whereas the city of Palm Bay salutes the Palm Bay Police Department Records Unit personnel and is appreciative of their commitment to service within the important aspects of law enforcement and criminal justice in our community. Now therefore, I, Rob Medina, Mayor of the City of Palm Bay, by virtue of the authority of said office, do hereby proclaim the week of November 9th through the 15th, 2025 as Law Enforcement Records Personnel Week in the City of Palm Bay. And I urge all our citizens to join in recognizing the role of our police records personnel and to recognize the substantial contributions they make in protecting our safety and in providing the tools necessary to seek criminal justice within our community. In witness hereof, I set my hand and cause the seal of the City of Palm Bay to be affixed this 6th day of November, and I'm going to present this to Elena De Barros. Come on up, Elena.
Okay. I just want to say thank you to the mayor and the council members. The records unit does exceptional work daily behind the scenes, which can often go unnoticed. Thank you for recognizing all the great work that our records team contributes to the success of the police department and the city of Palm Bay. Thank you.
And then everybody's going to shake council's hand.
Okay.
So let's squeeze together, pretend like we love one another. Come here, Dana. What about the little fella? Come on up here. Come on up here, Nick. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Take care, ladies. Take care, Mel. Take care, Mel. Oh, yeah, good to see you. Take care. Take care, Mel. Oh, no worries. Take care. Take care, Mel. Thanks. Take care. God bless. Good to see you, Dispatcher. Thank you.
We are now on public hearing item number 1. Madam Smith.
Ordinance 2025-51, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, vacating and abandoning a portion of the rear 20-foot public utility and drainage easement located within Lot 28, Block 854, Port Malabar Unit 17, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 15, page 103 of the Public Records of Brevard County, Florida, and legally described herein, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing, and Mr. Morton.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. It is requesting the vacation of an easement to vacate the northerly 10 feet and the southerly 20 feet of a public utility and drainage easement. It's approximately 400 square feet or 0.01 acres. Neither Florida City Gas, FP&L, AT&T, Spectrum, or the city have any objections to vacation, and it is for the purposes of constructing a swimming pool and deck in the backyard.
Thank you. Council, any questions of our staff? Seeing none, I'm going to ask the applicant to come up and present their case. Frank?
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Frank Piccioni. I'm at 1073 Welco Street. I'm in support of the application that you received simply to build a swimming pool in our yard. The easement is currently 20 feet from the rear of our yard forward, and we're looking to vacate approximately 10 feet, which is required for the pool as the building code would ask.
All right. Thank you, sir. Any questions of the applicant? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing and asking for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Mr. Pasion, there's one more reading. All right, sir, you passed the first reading. All right, thank you. You can go ahead and secure if you like, unless you find this entertaining, you could stay as well. We're now on item number 1, presentations. Mr. Morton.
Thank you again, Honorable Mayor, City Council. We're going to have Jason come up and introduce it, but just by way of reference, just part of our ongoing transparency initiatives and communicating with the community, the work that we do, and we're especially proud of our Veterans Service Officer. Jason?
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Jason DiLorenzo, Acting Deputy City Manager. So tonight we have a video for you, and we're going to highlight the important work of the Veteran Services Officers and the accomplishments of our team, which include Jeremy Van Cleve, the VSO, and an administrative assistant, Joshua Pizarro. These two gentlemen work tirelessly to assist our vets in need. So please enjoy this video, and then I'm going to come back and give you some stats.
Thank you. Cue video.
Looking for services as a retired U.S. Air Force military 100% disabled vet, it can be quite challenging because you don't know where to go.
I have had a lot of denials with the VA. My records weren't very complete because, in the military they always tell you not to go to sick call, not to, go take care of yourself. And so I was having trouble getting the services from the VA that, including compensation and pension, that I deserved.
It's tough. It's a tough life when you come home, to get adjusted, especially if you have some problems like I did. I had stomach problems and headaches, and it was just getting sickening because I was waiting and waiting and waiting. I'd make calls and nobody would help me.
A VSO is a Veterans Service Officer, which actually is kind of like your point of contact for all veteran services, benefits, resources, things like that.
And having a VSO that advocates for the veteran, but also has access to the Veterans Administration system is a massive benefit, because he can see both sides of the coin and he can help everything get done in an efficient manner without getting a lot of kickbacks and a lot of waiting on the bureaucracy to work its way through.
Last year, I had 7,273 interactions with clients. I'm on pace this year for that. For Palm Bay, for instance, veteran population, they had about 10,000, I think 240 veterans. So I was able to help out about 28% of them. In relation to Sioux Falls, South Dakota, or Fargo, North Dakota, there's 22 and 24 people respectively in those communities, and that's in the Midwest. They have roughly the same population size as what we have here, and they're running with a team of like 22 people compared to our team of 2.
And a lot of veterans are, senior citizens, or they may have a mental health challenge, and it's very difficult for them to get their resources that they need. To have one person that's well-versed in that to be able to provide those resources is such a good thing to have here at the city.
Palm Bay has it's a well-known large veteran population in Brevard County in general, but specifically in Palm Bay. And having a local guy who is so good at doing this sort of thing is just invaluable.
And for some of the homeless veterans, I was able to help get 54 veterans and their family members off the streets, so they were moved into transitional housing, and some of them bought houses too here in Palm Bay, so they're no longer on the street.
Jeremy was a lifesaver. I mean, I had no clue when I was going to see him that what was going to happen, what he was going to say, or I had no clue. I was a nervous wreck. And Jeremy told me not to give up. I was so happy for that.
I'm a veteran myself. I was in the Air National Guard. I was also active guard. I was medically retired in 2015, and then I was able to also get the CRSC because I have combat injuries. So I'm trying to use my experiences and the struggles that I went through to make sure that other people don't have to go through that. That's why I really want to help people, and I really want to see them get all the services that they can get.
So Jeremy and his infectious smile is not here with us this evening, but I want to just cover a few things. There are currently 6 VSOs in the county. 5 are funded by Brevard County, and 1 is funded by us, the city of Palm Bay. And most VSOs are available for an appointment within 3 business days. Jeremy is highly sought after. You heard that in the video. And because of his compassion and relentless fight to get every vet a maximum award, he regularly has a 4 to 6 week wait for an appointment. So he is well known within the community for doing such an amazing job. Approximately 54% of his work is focused on vets that reside in Palm Bay, and he makes a big impact on them. In 2024, for permanently and totally disabled claims alone, Jeremy secured $3.65 million for vets living in Palm Bay. And through October of this year, he has secured another $2.1 million. So please help me thank Jeremy, Joshua, and all the veteran service officers in our community.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council.
Thank you. Thank you. And gentlemen, I think we definitely have 2 veterans on this dais, and we have the son of a war hero who I consider a war hero, Mr. Johnson, Master Sergeant Johnson. And so I just wanted to play back a few things of what was said. Navigating the VA is a really difficult thing to do. And most of us understand that if you put in a claim without the expertise and knowledge of veteran service officers that are certified to file claims on behalf of veterans and their families, it's really difficult. We don't know what we're doing, but when you run into someone that does, it's an avenue where we're truly blessed. Now, you heard of the return on investment, millions of dollars coming back to our community, And another thing I wanted to share is it's not only the fact that you can't communicate, but then there are attorneys out there that would treat this as a regular case, and the veteran would have to pay. And that would, I'm not saying that that's a bad thing, but what I am saying is that we have VSOs that are certified that would actually do this at no cost to the veteran. And I think it's our obligation to honor the service of those that have served and have actually counted the cost, so to speak. So I'm really grateful that our council has supported this. I'm truly honored that Jeremy is part of this team because in total transparency, a veteran understands the service they get, and that the reason he's got a 3-month wait is because of his expertise and the fact that he really cares, and that gets around all the way up to Titusville, as an example. He's got an impeccable reputation. I know several people from within our community here that have called me directly to rave over his efforts. So thank you for the presentation, Mr. DiLorenzo, and I think we should always consider to do more for our veterans in this capacity. Mr. Moore, we're going on to the second presentation.
Outstanding. Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. About 90 days ago, I asked you to give us 90 days to take the Go Roads and bring back a presentation, not just on Go Roads, but sort of on the state of our roads in the community. More importantly, how we're going to change some of the information and how we're going to look at information moving forward to bring you a more data-driven current analysis. Kevin, how long have you been here? Is it less than 90 days?
Yesterday was my 90-day anniversary.
Okay, so he literally hit the ground running on this day one with him and his team, and I'm actually really encouraged. I think it's well put together, Kevin. Looking forward to, and I hope council you'll agree. Now, we're not necessarily looking for direction from you tonight. Obviously, we'll take direction anytime from you, council, but really just wanted to get feedback on the way we're going to go about bringing the next phase of this analysis to you.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Morton. Mayor, members of council, Kevin Brinkley, the Director for Public Works. And thank you, Jason, for letting me know this was video night. All I have is a slide deck, so hopefully that will do. I plan to cover 3 topics this evening. I want to talk about the Go Road initialization, the beginning of the program with a pavement management plan provided by Transmap in 2017, progress of the program from the first unit started in 2019 to the pausing here in 2025, and then our direction moving forward with the funds remaining from the bond issuance. So what is a pavement management plan and how was ours developed in 2017? It all starts with a PCI score where Transmap drove every one of our roads using video and infrared technology to detect defects in the surface of our roadway. Based on the type and the amount of defects, each segment of pavement was given a score from 0 to 100, with 100 being a segment in perfect condition and 0 being a failed roadway. So on the left-hand side of the screen is an example of a segment between 86 to 100 in score. On the right-hand side, between 0 to 10, I assure you in 2017 there were plenty of segments in Palm Bay that scored in the 0 to 10 range, so quite the task at hand. As a rule of thumb, you want to manage your road network so that it stays within the range of 75 to 100. When it is maintained at those levels, you really only worry about protecting the road's surface with treatments that keep deterioration slow. You're only losing about 1 to 2 points per year in your score up at those levels when you're treating it. Once your roadway drops below 75, the deterioration accelerates to like 3 to 5 points per year. You can see that on the slope there on the right-hand side. Possibly even more in Florida based on the conditions that our roads experience and the harsh environment. At that range, you're more likely dealing with like a mill and pave where you peel off the top layer of the roadway and just replace the asphalt, but you can reuse the road base. Once your roadway sinks below 60, you're likely experiencing failures in the road base itself, and you're going to need to rebuild the base by pulverizing the surface, compacting it down to become the new base. That process is called full depth reclamation. And just for context, at least a quarter of the local roads tested in 2017 scored low enough to merit FDR here in Palm Bay. So when they did our pavement management plan, our roadways were divided into 2 segments. On the left, arterial or collector roads, they lumped those together. It represents about 17% of our 790 miles of roadway. On the right, local roads, which represent about 83% of our road network. When they create the pavement management plan, they typically give you 3 options. First option is a do-nothing approach, which is represented by the blue bar, and it shows you what your road score would look like in 5 years if you took no action. So in 2017, they gave us these representations of what our roadways would look like in 5 years if we did nothing. They also provide you with a hold steady approach, which is represented by the red line. It requires you to invest only enough money to get your PCI back to 75 or just above failing. And then a backlog elimination approach, which is the green line, and it aims to get all roadways back into good condition. At the time of the study, we needed to invest over $27 million per year to get our roadways back into good condition. By the time we were halfway through phase one, which is represented by the blue-gray colors on the map, includes some of our worst scoring areas, like 31, units 31, 32, 41, and 42. By the time we were halfway through that phase, we were in the midst of the COVID-era inflation and the material shortages that added costs and slowed completion for projects across our nation. Just for perspective, the United States has experienced around 30% inflation since the start of the GO roads. So the $27 million annual investment required in 2017 in today's dollars would be north of $35 million, just for perspective. So it's no surprise that we've experienced delays, and it's no surprise that we've experienced increase in costs and shortages of funding. It's also worth staying on this map for a moment because it's our objective with this presentation to share the reality of what we're facing and the strategies that we're going to be using moving forward. At this time, we have finished phases 1 through 3 of the planned GO roads, or we are wrapping up the touching points of phase 3. That leaves only units or phases 4 and 5 undone, and they are the segments colored light gray and lavender on the map. You'll probably notice that they are mostly in the heart of the city, and they contain many of our collector roads, which are the dark blue road network overlaid on the map. That means that a large portion of our most heavily traveled roads have not yet been addressed. So where do we go from here? Well, the first thing that we need to do is we need to update our PCI. We need to have every road in the city analyzed and scored again so that we can compare it to the scores from 2017 and look for two things. One, in the units that have not yet been done, are there any roads that have deteriorated more quickly than we would have expected based on where they were in the curve in 2017? Why is that important? Well, it's going to tell us where we may have potential road-based issues, and we need to check and see, do some more testing to find out if we need to do full-depth reclamation, rebuild the road base, and that'll kind of give us the canary in the coal mine indication, just that data. Second thing we want to check with that is, are we having success with our rejuvenation efforts? So any roads that are resurfaced using GO roads, we then add it to our road maintenance program, where we apply a compound designed to extend the life of the surface, and we apply that every few years to the road surface. We should expect to see a slower degradation in those segments, and an updated PCI will help us test the validity of that program and whether or not we should continue to pursue it. It's also worth mentioning here that the cost to have that specialized van that you saw on slide 3 drive every one of our roads is a six-figure estimate. It's why many municipalities only really do it once every 5 years, because it's always north of $100,000 to have it done. It's a very specialized piece of equipment, very intense project. However, our city manager, Mr. Morton, is always encouraging us to investigate technologies that help us to improve efficiency and deliver. By his direction, we're looking into technologies that leverage AI and cell phones to help us update the PCI in-house at a fraction of the cost, which means we may only need a full-scale PCI every 10 years if we do it once and then stay on top of it using these technologies, as opposed to having to do it every 5 years. With the remaining GO Roads funds, we're shifting our focus from trying to complete every road within an entire unit, like the graphic on the left, and instead looking at what roads experience the highest ADT or average daily traffic. Here we have some of our most heavily traveled road segments, and if you recall, they fall mostly within phases 4 and 5 of GO roads, so they've not yet been addressed. Repaving these roads would greatly improve the experience for the thousands of cars that travel them daily. However, I don't want to use GO road funds to fix a road only to have to tear it back up in 5 to 7 years, so we're keeping our friend MAV in mind as we plan future projects. MAV stands for Maximum Allowable Volume, as determined by the Palm Bay Comprehensive Plan, and if a road needs to be widened or altered in the not-too-distant future, we may elect to skip the GO roads portion and go straight into identifying funds for its expansion. So in summary, GO roads has resurfaced roughly 60% of our city's 790 miles of roadway to date. While paused, our plan is to get an updated PCI, pavement condition score, for the entire city. use the data from the PCI in conjunction with traffic study data to determine the best use of the remaining funds while simultaneously investigating cost-saving opportunities. We're looking at things like, we're working with the procurement department to look around at how our neighbors package their road projects and what best practices we can glean from them to make our bid packets more attractive. By the leading of Deputy Mayor Jaffe, we're looking into what it costs to bring resources to our city. He pointed out that the asphalt used on our roads is likely being trucked in from as far away as Orlando. And he's helped us spearhead some conversations aimed at removing that cost by bringing asphalt production local and getting an asphalt plant set up here in Palm Bay. Additionally, we're looking into what resources we have at our disposal. Councilman Hammer has helped us have some conversations regarding the millings piles that we have. Those are actually an asset. He's brought that to our attention. We're looking at how we can recycle or even sell our stockpiles to help offset the costs of future projects related to GO roads. So it's been very helpful, and we're very grateful to have the support of council. And we plan to keep all options on the table as we prepare this next phase. We appreciate the continued support. We will have an item on your agenda packet for the 20th to approve the project to update the PCI in the city. Barring any setbacks, we expect to have that PCI data back at the end of January, by the end of January, at which point we will have our Public Works team review it alongside our contracted third-party engineering firms. With barring any setbacks, I would expect to have a project proposal ready in April or May of 2026 on what roads we should be doing and next. And Mayor, I'd have this awesome slide for questions at the end, but I would be remiss if I didn't. I have staff members that have joined us to hear the presentation because their roads have not yet been resurfaced. And I would be remiss if I couldn't look them in the eye tomorrow if I didn't speak to them. So Scott and friends, Scott specifically, I'm going to repave your road. The intent of GO Roads has not changed. We're going to address your road. What we are doing right now is we are looking at the most heavily traveled roads. We're using data from the PCI to determine what we should do next, which one we should do next, where are we going to have the biggest bang for the buck next, and what order should we do them in. If your road in your local neighborhood, it may not have as high a traffic volume, but if it scores really low on the PCI, it's going to hit our radar, and it will become considered for replacement. So I don't want anyone to get the intention or get the idea that, well, we're leaving local roads or we're forgetting about local roads. Just the opposite, Mayor. We are keeping all roads in mind. We know what the end goal still is, but we're designing a plan on how to get there and trying to have the biggest impact up front. Did I have 1 second left? Did I nail it?
Well, thank you for your outstanding presentation. That's the first thing, man.
Thank you.
So you've done an outstanding job in just 90 days, and so we're really grateful for you joining the team. And then my question is, that local asphalt plant ideology, which I think is an outstanding ideology. I see there's a local plant right on 95. It wasn't there. Then one day it was there. And I believe they're using that plant to surface I-95.
Yep.
And so.
If they could do it, why can't we, right?
Yes, sir. So my thoughts are, what company is that? Have we approached them? Do we know who they are?
The plant on 95, that's
Yes,
PNS
sir.
Paving, the one that won the contract for repaving 95.
What is
throughout
it?
PNS?
Okay.
Yeah, that's the company that has the asphalt plant on 95.
And have we approached them to want to come to Palm Bay, or where are we? Do we just send that out for an
But
RFP?
when we go out to bid for a road project, it's the responsibility of whatever vendor wins the bid to provide the asphalt. So it would be that vendor purchasing the asphalt from PNS. I'm not sure if that plant can provide to a third party or if it's specifically set up for the FDOT contract, but that's something we could look into as we prepare the bid packet and try to secure resources. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, sir. I've got Councilman Hammer and then Councilman Johnson.
Yeah, my question was, are we going to PCI the roads that are already complete to assure the quality on the stuff that's already done? And if that PCI fails on stuff that's already done, what's our next step in going forward if the roads were already done and they're not within compliance?
Warranty area, right?
Yeah, I mean, if the road has been completed by GO Roads bond projects previously, we would not address it using Go Roads funds again, if that's the question. The PCI will be paying for out of our road maintenance fund. Every year, the city sets aside funds for road maintenance in particular. So yes, sorry, to answer your first question, the intention is to do the PCI for every roadway in the city. That will allow us to test if the road maintenance strategies that we've been using are working, or if we should consider other options for the roads we have already repaved. In addition, if there is any deficiencies or anything like that that we find in the roads that have already been redone, they would need to be addressed using our road maintenance fund, not the Go Roads fund.
And lastly, is any of this going to address the drainage that's underneath the roads that aren't done?
So, fun fact, one of the, if I may go back, just so we can go to this picture here. So all of the different colors, you can see that they're kind of broken out into segments. These are called units. It's kind of how they packaged it in the beginning. To the credit of the Public Works staff, they looked around and said, you know, we have stormwater infrastructure under each of these roads, and we know that it's failing. So prior to ever doing a road project in any one of these units, they did a full stormwater project where they went through, tore up the pipes that were failing under the roadways and replaced them. And so that is part of the lag that you see in time. It's also part of the calls that we're receiving from mostly, I think it's Unit 44, where, my staff has gone in, they've torn up the roadway, they've replaced the pipe. Then we just left millings on top of it, expecting to come through and do a repaving project. We're having to go back now with a third-party vendor, address each of those spots. So if you see one of those at the end of your road or something like that, know that we're working with a partner to get those patched. It will just be patched. For the time being, we will create it like a road. It won't just be the millings that are in there now. But we're going to Band-Aid it and then come back at a future date and repave it. So, but to answer your question, yes, we're looking at the stormwater infrastructure that's under the roads prior to repaving them.
Thank you.
Councilman Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to introduce a thought, and it might already have been introduced, but with the increase of population, there's an increase in cars. And with the increase in cars, there's a decrease in the longevity of the roads. Have there been any discussions between you and staff in regards to, this is a long shot, and this is something all of America is behind on, but public transportation, or?
Not a conversation as a part of this project, meaning some kind of different types of transportation or anything to reduce the number of cars on the roadway?
Yes, sir.
I can't say that as a part of this, we've had those kinds of conversations.
And I wouldn't expect it regarding this, but just at the speed that we're growing and with a lot of people coming down from New York and other places, especially what's going on.
I'm from Ohio.
Okay, I have family from Ohio, but everybody, one of the council members mentioned it, during COVID, we probably experienced 20 years of growth within a 4-year span. It was deputy mayor.
Yeah.
And so with that,
inflation during that time. Yeah.
It's gonna keep happening. We're at 155,000, so it's not gonna slow down. So, we can't build our way out of it, but potentially if we can get if we can get cars off the roadways, that can assist in, traffic congestion. It can assist in the longevity of these roads. So just a thought, that's all.
That's a great idea. I know that we have a bus service that comes through via Brevard. I'm not sure if we maybe ought to have some conversations with them about increasing the number of routes or maybe expanding their, their programs. So
Yes, sir.
That's a great idea. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, council? Thank you for the outstanding presentation. I believe what Councilman Johnson was referring to is New Yorkers may be coming down here at an alarming rate in the near future. So now, thank you. We're now on public comments. Deputy Mayor?
First speaker is Deborah Braccoloni.
Debbie Braccoloni, 1821 Agora Circle, Palm Bay, Florida. And Mr. Johnson, to answer your question, the bus service right now absolutely stinks. Took them, they were 35 minutes late picking me up to come here tonight. They only run on the hour. So, to answer that question, maybe you can call SCAT and have something done, I don't know. Okay. We censured somebody for words, but yet we have an officer who omitted information when he applied, and he is still on the force. No bueno. Okay? As far as sidewalks and building, there's no sidewalks on Agora Circle. I sit here and watch traffic every morning almost hit the kids that are waiting for the bus. We need to do something about that. We need to, I don't know what to do. We've expanded too much too quick. Is there any way we could slow it down and fix what we need to fix before we bring more people in? Because there's people that are doing 40 on Agora Circle, and there are parents that have to park in the grass that's knee-high just to make sure that their kids are okay. Now, I don't have any students anymore. My kids are all grown. But that's a traffic hazard. That's a problem. We need to protect our kids. When I walk to the bus, now, if somebody wants to hit me with my big rump roast, that's on them. I'll dent their car, but that's just the way it is. Now, people are online, all you computer keyboard warriors, instead of attacking each other, and instead of sitting here going, he's not doing his job, or she's not doing his job, get your tuchuses down here and speak in front of the council. That's the only way we can get anything done. Because if enough people come to you, eventually it's, oh, something's wrong. And I'm tired of watching people tear each other apart because of politics and Christianity, because let me tell you all something. The right and the left are needed for the eagle to fly in this nation. My God has said, love one another as thyself, do unto others as you would do unto you. And we are all created in his image. So that tells me God likes a lot of flavor. So stop attacking each other, get down here, talk to you, and I'm sorry I'm getting excited, but I'm passionate. That's the Italian in me. Let's fix it. I'm tired of watching kids almost get hit in the morning and the afternoon. I'm tired of me almost getting hit. And if I could take a bus to come here, then everybody else can get their rump roast down here and do the same thing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Doug Hook.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Doug Hook, Palm Bay, 1091 Mariposa. I would like to briefly talk about the Brevard Landscape Tour happening this weekend. I know I've once spoken about it before. I just wanted to issue a little reminder for anybody that is on the city council or city staff or any citizens of Palm Bay about it. This Sunday, the 9th, there was going to be 7 stops on our Brevard Landscape Tour, which is hosted by the Conrad Eder chapter of the Florida Native Plant Society. Of those 7 stops on the tour, 5 of them are located in Palm Bay and do feature Palm Bay residents and the work that they have done in their yards. The Brevard Landscape Tour is focused on native plant landscaping. If you are interested in going to it, there are going to be volunteers at every one of the stops, myself included, that will be able to answer questions about native gardening, native plants, sustainable practices, and other things along those lines. If you are interested in going, there are tickets available in advance that are $15. You can find them at brevardlandscapetour.org. There are also going to be tickets available in person that will be $20. So obviously, it's a little bit of a smarter move to get your tickets in advance. Not only can you learn about natives during the landscape tour, there is also going to be a native plant giveaway for anybody who does have a ticket to the tour. And so you can go home after seeing all the native plants and get yourself a native plant and start your own journey with it. Lastly, I would like to also echo Councilman Hammer's sentiments on Ms. Connolly, Susan Connolly. She is a fellow member of the Sustainability Advisory Board that I am on. She is a very valuable member of not only the board itself, but also the community at large. She has done innumerable things for the city of Palm Bay and Brevard County at large. I wish her the best in her recovery, and I hope that we see her shining face and effervescent personality in the future, not only with the Sustainability Board, but here in these meetings. And like Councilman Hammer said, I hope that she is in everybody's thoughts, and I wish her a speedy recovery. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
LaRaisha Parker.
Ms. Parker?
She stepped out. I'll call her when she comes back in. Okay. Charles Allen Jr.
Good evening, council members. My name is Charles Allen Jr.
Mr. Allen, you could actually raise that podium to a higher level, so that way you could speak right into the mic, sir.
Is better?
Well, if you,
I think this is better.
whatever you feel comfortable with, sir.
All right, I think this is good. My name is Charles Allen Jr., 1568 Glendale Avenue, and I have a speech prepared. I'm here today because my family has been repeatedly mistreated and ignored by the very systems that are supposed to protect us. This isn't confusion or bad luck. It's community organized targeting, a coordinated pattern of neglect, intimidation, and silence that allows institutions to fail citizens without consequence. At Palm Bay Hospital, my son suffered because of negligence. His condition was dismissed until it worsened. And when they finally acted, they attempted to perform an invasive IV without our consent. When his mother questioned them calmly, she was removed from the room and treated as the problem. I was on the phone the entire time. There was no aggression, only concern. We brought this issue to the hospital's administration, and they met us with defensiveness and indifference, no accountability, no follow-up. The same hospital misdiagnosed the mother of my children. After repeated visits and even x-rays, they told her she had a sprain. She walked on that injury for weeks before another facility confirmed her foot was indeed broken. When we confronted the hospital, once again, silence and excuses. Then came Bacani Orthodontics. He personally called, harassed, and threatened the mother of my children, using slurs, saying he would come to her home. We took this directly to the Palm Bay PD, and they did nothing, no response. We went there in person. The officers were more concerned about the recording than the threat itself. We also endured harassment. She also endured harassment from her neighbor in the apartment complex. She followed every proper step, documenting everything. Yet when we finally called the police, they sided with the individual, even with our children present. That response empowered the harassment and sent a clear message: justice depends on who you are, not what's right. We reported every incident to the proper authorities, and every time we've been met with silence, dismissal, and zero accountability. We're not here asking for sympathy. We are demanding responsibility, because if hospitals can harm children, if doctors can threaten mothers, and if police can ignore families doing everything right, then the problem is not isolated. It's institutional. My name is Charles Allen, and my family will not be silent. We will not stop until justice is done. The silence of this city's leadership has been loud enough. It's time to act. Thank you.
Ms. Allen, before you exit the podium, your conversations with what hospital?
Palm Bay Hospital.
Okay. And at what level was that conversation? You had a meeting with management or executive management?
The whole 9 yards. Every time we tried to set up a meeting, they just gaslit us, saying, oh, they just made excuses. They said, hey, we'll get back to you, never got back to us. So we had to hound them until we exhausted ourselves. And this has been an ongoing problem since 2021.
So this happened, when did this happen with your child?
With our son, he was hospitalized in 2021.
Okay.
The doctors at Palm Bay Hospital kept telling us, hey, it's just a virus, it's just a virus. But indeed, he got worse. They put it off until they tried to do that invasive IV. and try to, orchestrate a plan to,
Okay.
you know,
I guess where I'm going is if we could, Mr. Morton, if we could try and get a contact to reach out, and I know this is probably a little bit over our extended services, but I'd like to see if he could have a sit-down with executive management of the hospital and have a conversation. And then to the police effort that you're referring to, I'd like for our staff to look into that as well.
so with that, we've tried talking to Mr. Latulape. He just told us that, hey, we don't know what we can do, we'll be on the lookout, but then we brought these incidents to the Palm Bay Police Department, and like I said, they were met with indifference, they were met with, gaslighting, they were met with not care and concern for
Yeah,
a mother.
Mr. Allen, I
characters.
did get your testimony, right? The issue is with the hospital, and I want to see if we could help you navigate having a sit-down meeting with their management team to see if there could be some resolve.
That's perfect.
All right, sir? And then if you have any questions regarding law enforcement, we have our chief that's right over there. So if you would like to handle it that way, but we do have his name, Mr. Morton, if we could set something up to see if we could get you the proper sit-down, the right individual to sit down with Helfers.
10-4, thank
All
you.
right, thank you. Let him have that.
Larisha Parker.
Hello, my name is Larisha Parker.
Larisha, Ms. Parker, you could bring down, there's a height right in front of you, because that gentleman was a lot taller than you.
Yes.
So there's a button there that you could bring the whole podium down.
Really?
Yes, ma'am. It says height on it. See, there you go. That way we can see you.
Okay.
Carry on.
Larisha Parker, 304 Emerson Drive. Good afternoon. My name is Larisha Parker, and I stand before you today not just as a mother, but as a woman who fought through years of harassment, targeting systemic injustice here in the city of Palm Bay, Florida. For too long, my family have endured organized harassment, intimidation, mistreatment that no human being, especially no child, should ever have to experience. What has been done to us has been whispered about quietly, treated as gossip or brushed aside. But the truth is, this is an open secret. Too many people know, yet too few are willing to speak up. My family and I have been blackballed, silenced, denied justice at every level, by judges, attorney, police officer, even public officials. The very institution that are supposed to stand for truth, fairness, protection, and have instead look away, especially when the victim is a Black woman standing alone with her children. While people whisper about what's happening, it remains an open secret. Truth that is too many know, yet too few will acknowledge. This is not just about me, it's about lack of accountability, the lack of compassion, the lack of care of human life. I've experienced racism, bias, systemic neglect, and gender bias, discrimination treated as if my life, motherhood, my pain, and safety was invisible and don't matter. In 2023, my 9-month-old son became a victim of negligence. Multiple hospitals in Brevard County, doctors and staff tried to force an unnecessary major surgery on him. I refused because my spirit told me it was wrong. Deep down, I knew something wasn't right. It felt like a plan that was orchestrated. I was pressured, manipulated, and made to feel like I was the problem for asking questions. And I believe that that decision saved his life. The trauma that followed changed us forever, but the ordeal left my son with medical complications and a disability that could have been prevented. He was only needed antibiotics. What happened to us is not just medical malpractice, it was spiritual and emotional bedevilment. It was maltreatment, a cruel act against a mother trying to protect her child. Then there was a situation with my foot. I walked on a broken ankle and foot for an entire year. Palm Bay Hospital falsely diagnosed me and told me it was just a sprain. I sought the truth repeatedly, but instead of honesty, I was met with deception. Doctors worked together to cover up my truth of my diagnosis, altering information, denying reality. It was a clear display of neglect, deceit, and discarding of my humanity, leaving me in pain and disbelief.
Thank you. Does this coincide with what Mr. Allen spoke with? Okay,
Yes.
so this is the same, pretty much?
Yes.
what you- Okay, so I think we're going to reach out to Ms. Allen. Maybe we could get a point of contact.
Okay, yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Next speaker.
Marcia Campbell.
Marcia Campbell, 1386 Prospect Circle, Northeast. Good evening, everyone. I stand before you today, not just as an individual, but as the president of Bakaska, to express our deepest gratitude. Hurricane Melissa has been the most devastating hurricane to ever strike Jamaica, Haiti, and Cuba, leaving behind catastrophic damage, a tragic loss of lives, and widespread destruction. Yet in the midst of this tragedy, the support, both practical and spiritual, that we have received from this community has been truly overwhelming. I want to thank our city leaders, especially Police Chief Aguero, Mayor Medina, Councilman Hammer, and Councilman Jaffe, for your prayers and steadfast support. Councilman Jaffe, your generous donation of boxes has been an incredible help in packing and shipping supplies, a contribution that is both practical and deeply appreciated. To every citizen who donated supplies, funds, and time, thank you. To everyone who offered prayers for these islands, thank you. We truly believe that your prayers have made a difference. Your compassion and faith have brought hope to those who need it most. On behalf of Bakaska, thank you from the bottom of our hearts for your unwavering support, your kindness, and your solidarity in this time of great need. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to share our gratitude with you tonight.
Thank you. Thank you.
Kay Mara.
Good evening, everyone, Mayor, Council. And I just wanted to piggyback from Marcia's speech. But let me first say, my address is 2911 Furwood Avenue, Southeast Palm Bay. I'm also a member of Bakaska, and of course, as you know, the situation in Jamaica is dire. And we want to say not only thank you, but we know that the effort is ongoing. There are people who need help, and we have established several drop-off stations here in the city of Palm Bay and, of course, across Brevard County. Launch Credit Union, all 9 branches. If you want to drop off items, we're looking for things that will need it in emergency. Batteries, we're looking for supplies for babies, for medical supplies. So we have a list. You can go to our website, bakaskafl.com, and if you can go to Bakaska's Center, which is located at 2174 Harris Avenue in Northeast Palm Bay. We are there from Wednesday, Thursday, Friday in the evening from 6 to 9 p.m. And of course, we're at the park from noon until 8 p.m. on Sunday. We're accepting donations. The outpouring of love and support has been tremendous. But as I said, the work continues. And so anything you can do to help, please go to your Launch Credit Union. And of course, Jamrock Restaurant, Carmen's Restaurant, several areas around the city that need our help. And of course, we need some more boxes. Thank you so much. And I look forward to getting these supplies in. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Palm Bay. Thank you.
Connie McClary.
Good evening, Mayor Medina, Deputy Mayor Jeff, and all the city council members. I'm here tonight regarding Evans. Haven't heard anything. I want to know when is the RFA going to be put out again, and how long will it be put out and stuff, because I'm concerned, about it, because with me being a leader of the community, I want someone who's going to work with the leaders in the community to do things up there and to not have anyone as a nuisance to be over Evans. So I just, that's just my concern about Evans and bringing someone there that, like I said, they're going to work with the community and the leaders there and everything. And also, I want to address while I'm up here, we got a lot of housing going up in the area. Mr. Morton, we was out there the other week, and we addressed that concern. We got apartments going up on Lipscomb Street. Then you got the houses going up on Melbourne side. The traffic is going to be awful out there. And my concern was about the children, their safety out there and everything. So if that can be addressed, I will appreciate it, because, and then with the sidewalks, not on Commerce Drive, the children have to walk up that busy road, because that's like a cut-through road, and stuff that we address and everything. So that's something that I will, even though my children grown, but I still love children, and my concern is for the children in that community. So if y'all could get with me on that and let me know about Evans and with that traffic out there, I appreciate it. Thank y'all.
Thank you. So Connie, you've been communicating with Mr. Morton
Yes.
regarding that issue? And then my question is, so you have his contact and you guys have been communicating?
Yes, we, about 2 weeks ago today, on the 23rd of October, Mr. Morton and some of the city staff, Kevin and Public Works and all of them, we was out there. We went through the community, and addressed some of the concerns. We didn't, it was a lot to address, but.
Okay, so then my next question was, did you bring up the concerns about the Evans Center and the process? Or did they give you an update on that or no?
Well, when I went when I went to the city manager breakfast that Tuesday, I asked Mr. Morton, and he told me it'll be about 2 weeks before they put the RFA out. But I don't know, I don't think it done been put out yet,
Okay.
so.
Mr. Morton, would you want to answer?
I do. Actually going to ask George Barber to
George,
come up.
thank you.
We've been trying to develop the qualitative criteria that go along with the quantitative criteria, and I think we're finally there.
Good evening, George Barber, Chief Procurement Officer. So as Ms. Morton said, it's been a little delay because historically with RFAs, they've been housed in CED, and now procurement, we're going to take this one over. So we're developing the criteria. We're going to put it out a little differently. So it's been a slight delay, but we should have it out within a week.
Okay.
But as in the past where it was completely CED, we're going to handle it in procurement.
Thank you, sir.
What
Appreciate
was the due date back then? Do you think if you're going on about a week, would you have a projected due date?
It would be 3 weeks.
3 weeks.
So a week, within a month, it would come back. Copy.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, so come on back, Mr. Barber. Why don't you just go right over there and let her know personally? Thank you. Next speaker.
Joanne Stanley.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Joanne Stanley, Republic Services. So I wasn't here last time. I know Ben was here. I was on PTO. But first of all, I just want to say thank you so much for letting us service the city. I want to also introduce our new general manager, Austin Metcalf. I'll have him say a few words.
Yes. Mayor, Council, thank you for having me. Honored to be here. I just wanted to say I've been in the state for less than a month, and this is my first council meeting here, and I've been incredibly impressed. You celebrate those that serve the community. You support members who are ill. You celebrate your veterans. And I can see why this really is the greatest city in the world. And I'm excited to be here and to serve it. I also just wanted to say my staff has been working closely with the Public Works Department, with Kevin and his team and the Customer Service Department there, and they have been incredible professionals in helping us to best service your city. So thank you for your staff and for your support, and I look forward to working with each of you.
Thank you.
Real quick, I just want to give you a couple updates too, I know we've been doing the cart collections for those who have extra carts. As you know, when we started the contract, it was a once-a-week service. We went to twice a week, so there's no need to have 2 extra carts. So we just started, as of October 1, starting to take the carts. So those, if you put more than 1 cart out, you might only see 1 cart after we pick up, because we're going to be picking those up. If you want that second cart, you just need to call the city to set that up again. And so we've actually pulled in about 1,400 carts to date. And we have about 152 customers that are willing to go with that second cart, that need that second cart, or you can go to a larger cart, a 96-gallon cart. And also the staff has asked me to talk to you a little bit about the way we service the city. It's called right-hand routing. And basically what that is we pick up everything on the right side of the road, right side of the street, all the way down and around and back. And so if you see, for the residents, if you see our truck go down on that side of the road and you're on the other side of the road, wait, because sometimes we have to pull off and dump and come back. We will come back and pick up the other side of the road. But so most of the residents, they call and say, you missed me, but trust us, we'll come back around as we do the right-hand rounding back. And that's kind of standard in our industry to do also. And so I just wanted to let you know on that. And just to know, I didn't realize it, but as of last month, we service approximately 52,000 residents in Palm Bay. We do 5 services a week. Okay, so it's about 1.1 million services a month we provide for all of your residents. That's a lot of services. So in other words, we drive by your house 5 days a week. So bear with us. We're trying to give you excellent service, and we thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Stanley?
Yes, sir.
I'd like for you to send me the general manager's contact information
Absolutely.
directly. Thank you, ma'am.
And anybody,
Thank
you all
Thank
have
you.
my
Perhaps
information if
the
you need
entire-
it.
Yeah, but I'm the one that mostly gets the calls, so I wanted to.
Absolutely. And you
I
also.
wanted to make sure I had it.
Just forward them along.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also,
Just-
stand up,
you could-
David. Also, David Neal is our new operations manager, our new Scott.
I'll have him too.
Yeah, and I'll send you that information too. He's our new
Thank you.
Scott, and he's been here a little over 2 months too.
Thank
so
you. I appreciate it.
We
Thank you.
appreciate you. Thank you so much for letting us serve your city.
Thank you.
Bill Batten.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street, Southwest. I have 4 items to address under public comments. Number 1, thank you, Mayor, at the last council meeting for the nice words you said about me. I was standing outside. I could not get in. The crowd was so bad I couldn't do it, and I made it almost to the door. I had to make a head call, and then I went back to the end of the line. I said, after 2 hours, I said, I've had enough. I'm going home. But then I'd also like to say, Butch, thanks for dressing the council so they knew I was here. Thank you. Also, I'd like to thank Patricia Smith for calling me back when I put a request in to gain some information about what was happening in the city. Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate it. Item number 2, with the action you just took on items 4, 5, 6, and 7, what impact is that going to have on progression with Aston Park? Because that project was tying into Aston Park. If this one's going to be set back 4 months, what impact will it have? Item number 3, I don't go Facebook or anything else like that. I avoid all of that stuff. I only get my information from the city council's calendar, and then I do my own homework based on what I can read from the city. So thank you very much for letting me know about Susan Conley. That means a whole bunch to me. Thank you. Item number 4. I've been coming to these city councils for a long time. It's more like have been watching the movie Survivor. I have watched, in the time that I've been coming to these meetings, I have watched the city clerk, city attorney, city manager, and even council members be voted off the island of the city of Palm Bay. That's how long I've been doing this. And that's what I saw this last council meeting. That's the type of action that I was looking at. And that's what came to my mind. You have an individual that sits on your council that his statement is America first. I personally have no problem with that. I like how he votes for the city. That being said, we now face a lawsuit that has been presented to the city of Palm Bay. That's going to be one more expense that could have been avoided by just letting the individuals have their First Amendment right and be respectful of them as the individuals. Thank you very much.
Kristen Lanzana.
Kristen Lanzana, Northwest Palm Bay. Good evening. I am aware that Lotus was postponed, but here we are. I was born in North Lauderdale. My early years were spent in the middle of South Florida sprawl, where when my grandparents moved to Mico in the late 90s, I didn't understand this place. It was quiet, wild, and open, but the wilderness won my heart. From age 10, I grew up running through the woods of Southeast Palm Bay, counting fireflies and listening to the sounds of the night, watching wildlife scamper through the brush, and smelling orange blossoms in the air. That slow living is something you can't quite understand until you've lived it. Today, the only wildlife I see is roadkill. The smell of orange blossoms and the glow of fireflies is long gone. The woods have been cleared, our roads are jammed, schools are over capacity, infrastructure is failing to keep up, and yet the development continues. And not because the community is asking for it, but because profit is pushing it. The wilderness was never just scenery. It's a part of who we are, and it's disappearing. This isn't theoretical, and to me, it is personal. My mother tried for years to buy the vacant lots around her home, the woods we played in, but out-of-state owners refused to sell unless she paid double, then ended up selling to someone else for less. Because it was never about community. It's always been about profit. The large plots of land that are proposed for Lotus Palm Bay are part of a green corridor that sits between two environmentally endangered areas, which is why I've been advocating for the city and the county to obtain it for future recreation use rather than adding to the sprawling city district in the middle of the preserve. I'm not against growth, but I am against growth without responsibility. Growth that pushes our schools beyond capacity, that adds traffic to our roads that are already jamming and flooding, displaces wildlife with nowhere else to go, and drives local families to move away. Over the last 20 years, I've lived in nearly every part of Palm Bay. In 32909, off Eldron, San Felipe, Emerson, and in Bayside along Hole 13 of the defunct golf course. In 32905, those ghost apartments, or as my kids called it, the zombie town, those woods in the lot, that was the view from my porch. And now we live in 32907, where we were under nearly 2 feet of water with last month's downpour. I've watched the neighborhoods fill in, schools strained to capacity, roads crumble, drainage is getting worse, and the developments are going unfinished and abandoned. I see how unchecked growth actually plays out, not the promises, but the reality. I want my children to grow up with the same gifts this land gave me, space to breathe, to explore, and to feel rooted in where they were born and raised. So I'm asking, not as someone with anything to gain, but as someone who grew up here and is raising a family here, please choose the community over profit. Protect what little remains, and when it does come back, please deny the preliminary development plan for Lotus and keep that land rural. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Parker Allen.
Good evening, Parker Allen, 198 Ninth Street, Palm Bay. The other day, Dementia Don said that when he was president, we spent $7 billion on SNAP. We haven't spent that little since 1970. It was actually a record high, $126 billion a year in 2021 under his presidency. That was for COVID. The average recipient got about $253 a month. That number now is $97 billion per year. That's about $188 per month. Right now, Congress, they pull a $174,000 salary. Their daily meal allowance is anywhere from $68 to $92 a day. They get free lifetime government paid health care after 6 years of service. Meanwhile, Americans on SNAP get about $6 per day, and right now that's been turned off. We've got 42 million people on SNAP. That's about 12% of the population. Of those, 16 million are children. We have 8 million seniors, 65 and up, on SNAP, 1.2 million veterans, 25,000 active duty military on SNAP, 1.6 million college students, and then for the rest, you know, we blame them, we say they don't work hard enough, but really it's Walmart, you know, they get triple benefits, they get a tax break for hiring people on SNAP, and then they intentionally keep wages low to have SNAP subsidize their wages, and then they receive over 25% of the SNAP budget because they're a grocery store, everyone shops there. Meanwhile, you know, we're spending a couple $100 million on some jets for Kristi Noem, $300 million on the Epstein Memorial Ballroom. Just, it's insane. You know, and they're saying it's all about Democrats wanting to give immigrants free Medicare and Medicare fraud. But, you know, Lawrence Duran, you know, he was sentenced to 50 years in prison. He stole over $87 million in Medicare fraud. Guess who pardoned him? I think you can guess. $40 billion to Argentina. Now we're importing their beef. So J.D. Vance and his buddies at Acre Trader can buy their family farms for pennies on the dollar. You know, we got over 61 dead from American war crimes in the Caribbean and Pacific. So they screech about immigrants to distract you from what? Why is the government shut down? They don't want to confirm Representative Grijalva because then she's going to release the Epstein files. So anytime you hear Republicans screeching about immigrants, you know they're distracting from pedophilia. We got a similar issue here on our council. Randy Slob, you know, Randy Fine, he'll call pride flags in schools grooming. I provided some media. I don't know if we have it up here, but yeah, I'd call this grooming. We got a grooming problem here. So anyone screeching about immigration, you know, where there's smoke, there's fire. This is a danger to children. I just want to bring this to everyone's attention.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Butcher End.
Excuse me, Butcher Rand, 219 Trenton Avenue. I understand that there's a works in progress where they're going to shut down the westbound turn lane on Malabar prior to San Felipe Road between Burger King and I think it's a Walgreens, where the big trucks come in, make that turn, go over to the Sunoco station.
Actually, Lowe's, I think,
Is it?
Lowe's.
Well, okay.
Buffalo House, Lowe's, yeah.
It's
I
a
get where
little
you're
access
going.
road there.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
I just come from that direction, well, half hour ago. There was cars already in the westbound lane on Malabar because the San Filippo turn was full. So people were stopping in that lane. You throw 2 or 3 40-foot semi-trucks in there, they're gonna be at the entrance and exit of 95. Are they gonna time those lights so when the traffic on Malabar is going, the turn to San Filippo is gonna be green? Otherwise, it's just gonna continue to stack. And the other thing is, I just come in late and heard the gentleman's talk on the roads there. If you're in a neighborhood where your roads are at that 0 point, who do we report that to? Like, the whole neighborhood is not at 0, but the entrance to it is. And the dump trucks and the concrete trucks and the lumber trucks continue to tear it up. So who would I talk to about that? Does it be that gentleman that was up here earlier? The new kid in town? Okay, all right, thank you. And good luck to the Gators.
So, Mr. Morton, you might want to keep Mr. Rand informed on that issue of the closing of that lane. I don't think we're there yet, but I know that that's something that's going to be discussed with the business owners, if I'm tracking that correctly. Thank you. Next speaker.
Robert Stice.
Good evening, Council. Robert Stice, 1796 Windbrook Drive Southeast. When I saw the asphalt trucks exiting 95 onto Malabar Road, I thought it was a conversation I had with one of you gentlemen that we were going to start making that exit lane because we have so many people during rush hour in what do you call it, next to the highway, that one shoulder. And people going by at 75, 80 miles an hour, about 12 inches from your vehicle. So again, I don't know who you want me to chat with on that, but I'd like to inform my residents on that. I thought we were going to start that again in December. To Butch's point here, trying to get on the highway from Emerson, making a turn, you got the car wash there, and if the car wash light isn't in sync with the other lights, traffic it's a big snake. And, you're moving 20, 25 feet, every 5 or 10 minutes. I mean, once you coordinate the signals, the traffic signals, you got to maintain, you got to identify that are the signals still operating as you intended to operate, because it is extremely frustrated. A lot of people get stuck thinking that they can go in between a light and get to the next area behind the light and winds up blocking traffic off of San Filippo and Malabar Road. So it's really a pain in the butt. You have to deal with a lot of frustration. And I don't know, maybe Palm Bay's Finest could look at that as well when the road gets really bad. In no particular order, what concerns me at times when the developers come up here and they talk about traffic study. And a traffic study is great. Of course, retirees don't work. I work harder than I've had when I was working full-time. But, 119,000 people in 2017, 146 a few weeks ago. Now we're at 155. Any additional people that you bring in is going to exacerbate traffic. Okay, I don't care where you are. So please, it just seems like stuck on stupid here, in my opinion, that, we're looking at everything's going to be fine if we put another 600 units here, 700 units there. It's not going to happen. You have obsolete infrastructure, and you have a mass of people coming in. And when you look at the news, U-Haul's getting really busy in New York. A lot of them are going to be coming down here to Florida. That's not going to ease traffic. I think that's all I have right now, but I really would like to know, sir, if
Thank you. Mr. Morton, if
we have some time.
Mr. Morton, if you could stay in touch with Mr. Stice.
Mayor, that concludes the cards.
Okay, so we're now on the consent agenda. Council?
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second. Got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Johnson. Any other discussion, council? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Madam Smith?
Ordinance 2025-50, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the fiscal year 2025 budget by appropriating and allocating funds as identified in Exhibit A, consisting of 6 pages and incorporated in its entirety herein. Recognizing that such appropriations must be made pursuant to the Code of Ordinances of the City of Palm Bay, Chapter 35, Finance. Adopting, ratifying, confirming, and validating the allocations, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am.
One more, sir. We have Resolution 25-42. A resolution of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, electing to not exempt certain property under Section 196.1978, Subsection 3, Subsection O, Florida statutes, providing for an effective date. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We're now on public hearing item number 2. Madam Smith.
Ordinance 2025-52. An ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, vacating and abandoning a portion of the road right-of-way known as Rowena Drive, lying between the Florida East Coast Railroad and Wilhelmina Court, as recorded in Phenon Subdivision Plat Book 19, page 128 of the Public Records of Brevard County, Florida, and legally described herein, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing. I'm Mr. Morton.
Honorable Mayor, City Council, I have nothing to add other than the staff report. We do have Kevin Brinkley, Public Works Director, here if you'd like to hear more on this item.
Anyone? Okay. No questions, council of staff? Okay, anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against this item, please step forward. Master Chief?
Then you do have the lawyers here for the group.
Okay.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. I understand why they'd like to do this, to be practical for them as the individuals about these parcels and their business. That makes sense. But my question is, if they ever sell any of those parcels, that alleviates the ability for somebody else to have the access into that property because they now have the easement of that road. I'm not saying they plan on it or not, but they potentially could sell any one of those 5 lots in the future. And now you've deprived the individuals that might want to use that commercial property for themselves. I'm just trying to say, have some kind of caveat in that contract or something that protects them if they ever sell the land or sell those lots to protect a future buyer. Thank you.
Thank you. I went out of order here for a second because I should have asked the applicant to come present their case. So I want to welcome them to the podium. And anyone that's ringing in, please ring in after their presentation.
I guess I will
Yes, ma'am.
push
You
it
could.
down.
Yes, ma'am. Take your liberties there.
Thank you. My name is Tu Pham with Ackerman here on behalf of our research. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you so much for your time. The roadway that we want to vacate, it's only about 0.1 mile in length. That's the full roadway. We're asking to vacate the portion that we own properties on both sides so that we can put a gate up to prevent public access into the facility. And in the future, we'd like to come back and consolidate all the lots together to make it as one lot. And I'm available to answer any questions.
Yeah, I think you just answered his question. Carry on.
Thank you. So that's basically all I have, and we agree with everything in the staff report, including all of the conditions. So we request that you approve our vacation request.
So this is more of a safety issue that you want to do this, ma'am?
Yes.
And you want to keep potential danger from the surrounding
No.
community, or?
No, it's just the roadway ends at the railroad track, so there's really no reason for members of the public to go down that roadway. So we just want to prevent, just random people from the public just going into the area where the facility is.
Okay, all right. I believe Councilman Hammer may have a question.
Yeah, my question was, does police and fire still have access to that road once this gate does go in? Because that's something that would be good to have at that facility.
Yes, so we've worked with very closely with city staff for over 1.5 years now to address all of their concerns. And so regarding emergency access, one of the conditions of approval was that we had to put an approved lock that's approved by city staff, similar to what they would put in like apartment complexes that are gated entirely. So that way emergency personnel can access the facility 24/7.
That's all I needed, thank you.
Yeah, and it's part of what the motion would
in the
read.
ordinance.
It's part of what's in the, yes, sir. Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, unless you have any questions.
Any additional questions, gentlemen? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing, asking for a motion.
Motion to approve ordinance 2025-52.
Second. Based on staff's recommendations?
It's all in the ordinance. It's, yeah.
Second, I got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Madam Smith, we're now on item number 3.
Yes. The following item is quasi-judicial in nature. Public hearings agenda item number 3. Any person who wishes to testify on such a matter must sign a speaker card which contains a sworn oath to tell the truth. Any speaker may be subject to cross-examination by the counsel or any other interested party. Attorneys who are appearing on behalf of a party and not providing testimonial evidence are not considered witnesses and need not be sworn. Any individual addressing the council must state his or her name and confirm that a speaker card has been signed. Each council member must disclose any ex parte communication by disclosing the subject matter of the communication and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place. The order of this presentation will be as follows. First, staff will make its presentation, followed by the applicant, then any other interested party. The applicant will be allowed concluding remarks. The hearing will then be closed, and no additional testimony or argument will be allowed. The council will deliberate in public. At the end of deliberation, a council member will make a motion on the application to bring the matter to a vote. Every council member is then free to vote in favor or against the motion. Resolution 2025-40. A resolution of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, granting approval of a preliminary development plan for proposed commercial development, including self-storage, to be known as Kogan Plaza at Bayside Lakes in PUD, Plan Unit Development Zoning, which property is located south of and adjacent to Bayside Lakes Boulevard and west of and adjacent to Kogan Drive, and legally described herein, providing for filing of the final development plan application, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mayor, I just
Yeah,
want
thank
to make mention that I met with developer representative Robin Fisher maybe a month or 2 months ago to discuss this project, and everything we discussed was really educational. Everything that he discussed with me about is all in this agenda packet. So,
Okay, thank you.
Same here, Mayor, and also shared some concerns as well.
Thank you, gentlemen. I'm going to open up the public hearing and defer to Mr. Morton.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. I have nothing to add, but we do have staff here. I don't know if Althea has anything to add or any comments to leave prior to the applicant.
Any questions from council? Councilman Johnson? Thank you. Thank you for using the little.
Yes, sir, I got you. We paid for it, we got to use it. So.
Thank you.
Isn't there a self-storage that's been approved previously by council, not even a mile away or 2 miles?
Yes, there are actually 2 locations, and those 2 locations went through this very same process.
Yep. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, the most recent one was the World War II gentleman that's right near, and it's next to a conservation easement, right? That they had no other. Yeah, it was just, it could have been the beginning of this year or just the end of last year, somewhere along those lines, but, and it's supposed to be a, 2-story facility, so that's like right near there. And then we've got 2 different ones on Bayside Lakes Boulevard, I think it's what it's called. So yeah, there's some there. Yes, sir. Okay. Any questions of staff, council? Is the applicant present? Okay. So I'm going to defer to Deputy Mayor.
First speaker, John McGee.
Take your time, sir. That's a pretty handy scooter you got there.
Yeah,
I hear it has a bell.
it does.
Can you ring it for me just one time?
I almost got thrown out of Walmart. That's from my room service. John McGee, 1991 Thornwood Drive, Magnolia Park, Bayside Lakes. I've lived in Bayside Lakes now for 16 years. We love it there, but it is not the same place as it was when we moved there. I am here tonight to declare my complete and total opposition to any more storage units being built in Bayside, including the one that was approved. The location of this building is behind the 7-Eleven and adjacent to the commercial strip of stores, which includes the Family Tradition Cafe and the Space Coast Credit Union. The planned entrance for this storage unit is between those two buildings, between the 7-Eleven and the end of the cafe. There is an enormous amount of traffic in and out of there now, and sometimes it takes 2 cycles to even get through the traffic light at Bayside Lakes now, in the mornings especially. Adding another storage unit to there, at the application, the initial hearing was a 3-story building, which is just obscene, to my opinion. However, the Planning and Zoning Board unanimously denied this on the 1st of October because of many issues that they raised, and we were very happy to see that. We already have 2 self-storage buildings in Bayside Lakes, on Bayside Lakes Boulevard, now both owned by Mr. Mike Erdman. We don't need any more storage buildings in Bayside. Mr. Mayor, you referred to Bayside Lakes many times as the gem of Palm Bay. Well, sir, it is not a gem anymore. With the closure of the Majors Golf Course and its subsequent destruction by its owner, Joy LLC, Bayside Lakes is slowly becoming an eyesore and an environmental disaster for the residents. In addition to that, the people who bought homes in and around the golf course have seen their property values devalued because of the golf course closure. We are also in some significant issues with the management and the future management of Bayside Lakes, with the Property Owners Association, the HOAs, and the commercial portion of the Bayside Lakes management. There are discussions and operations going on about resolving this issue. That Property Owners Association was taken over in a hostile takeover last year, and we are trying to resolve the issues that affect the residential property owners. There are over 2,000 residential property owners in Bayside Lakes, and we need you to represent us, not the developers. We live here and have to deal with all the negative impact of everything that's being built in Baysides. Please vote no on this application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Stice.
Robert Stice, 1796, Winbrook Drive, Southeast. What he said. Basically, there is my opinion, there's 2 large storage units to the right and the left of Bayside Lakes. You know, when I was at the zoning meeting, you had one gentleman said, storage unit, gas station, car wash. That's what Palm Bay is noted for. Let's get out of that quandary that we have going on there. It's crazy. Every time you do that, you devalue what makes up Palm Bay. The other thing that I've been hitting real hard, the proposal of the Eden, I think he's talking about 560 homes. These are not going to be some of the homes in my neighborhood that go from 2186 to 3,800 square feet. These are crackerbox houses built right on top of the existing community there. I'm asking you to be patient on that. I know, you guys don't have enough money, but all your impact fees are not going to pay for what you do if you approve that and destroy that particular area, especially with this potential hostage takeover. I mean, storage units to me, and use a Navy term, it's like this big boat anchor. Okay, it stays there. It's not going away. The last time I was here, I had information that there was over 55 empty units between 2 storage locations on both sides of Bayside. How many storage locations do you need? What do you want? Again, I mentioned this before. This is your legacy. This is a great area that people bought in this particular area here. And to John's point, every time you add houses times, every house is times 2.8 people, times 2 cars. It exacerbates the situation from everything from shopping, healthcare, schools, traffic, aggravation, accidents, safety, and the list goes on and on. So what's it going to be? How many storage units do you have to have in one area? There are 2 gas stations. You got the 7-Eleven, you got the mobile station, right? I think there was a potential car wash that was going in, and you got 2 storage units. Why do you need 3? Is that going to, in any way, shape, or form, increase the allure, the positiveness to that particular area? It just exacerbates the problem. You creating something that's going to be run down the more you add to it. Please give that due consideration when you vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Laura Harris.
Good evening, council and community. I add I'm Laura Hirsch Harris. I live at 2027 Muirfield Way in Palm Bay, Florida. And we live I'm in Players Club, which is right across the street from the 7-Eleven. Our community, like I could look out my house and see where the proposed building would be. When I was here at the planning and zoning meeting and heard about the 3-story proposal, that I agree that felt, that's not fair, and I don't think, I don't approve of it at all. What I do want to advocate for, because a lot of people already spoke to this, is the traffic problems already. It's going to add to more traffic, more dangerous turns. But what I'd like to see, instead of more storage units, is more places to recreate. We need more parks. We need a culture. My neighbor said that she read an article that said Palm Bay is the most boring community in Brevard County, like more cultural places. I'd love to see Mike Erdman and the POA, commercial and industrial units, add businesses and buildings and things that add value to us as community members, places we can recreate, have fun, parks. I have to go to Turkey Creek or Fred Pop Park just to go to a park, and that's like 15, 20 minutes away. I'd love to see the POA, the commercial and industrial unit that said Mike Erdman work with us to create more value to us. And we already have 2 storage units. They're 5 minutes, not even 5 minutes down the road. I can walk there. They're right there. I don't really think I know we don't need another storage unit, and ask you to vote this down. And I'm hoping for a proposal for better use of that space. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Ann Davis.
I guess the mayor's tired of me. My name is Ann Davis. I live at 123 Ridgemont Circle. That's in Bayside Lakes. I moved to Palm Bay 40 years ago this week as a college new grad. I have rented apartments, rented houses, bought my first home in Lockmar 20 years ago, and I had an opportunity after 20 years of hard work to better my family and move into a new area. And at the time, my decisions were move to, Melbourne. When I worked at Harris, I've worked there 40 years. And, Palm Bay was known for being general development, the lower end community, nothing too exciting. But I bought into what I would call the sales pitch of a high-end Palm Bay community with a world-class golf course and high-end homes. A street canopied with trees, green space, larger lot sizes, and the promise of a better high-end part of Palm Bay. The gem of Palm Bay, the golf course, as we've discussed, is closed. I believe the property in question has already been approved back in the 1990s for medical offices and retail, but this new PUD request for storage units, this adder or change or whatever you want to call it, is up to you guys. The citizens do not want, nor do we need, more storage units. We already have 2 sets of storage units, and at least during the time those were built, they worked really hard to make them look like the golf course and put berms, and so they weren't too distracting. Unfortunately, like John said, the mayor already approved a 3rd storage unit, so that's kind of water under the bridge. But I am requesting that the council does not accept adding storage units to this PUD area. I respectfully urge you to deny the proposed development of yet another storage facility. Introducing a 3-story storage complex is in direct conflict with the visual and social fabric of this promised community. It does not contribute to the aesthetic standards and quality of life that the residents and the city, by the way, worked so hard to create. So please do not approve this adder of storage units. Thank you.
Butcher in.
Just for clarification, this is not a power mayor seat. Anything that comes before council, there are 3 votes, so the mayor can't approve anything unless there's other votes involved. Just wanted to make that perfectly clear. Mr.
Butcher ran 219 Trenton Avenue. I'm getting up in age, so the memory isn't quite what it used to be. But I thought this council voted down several storage lots because employment. That's what the city was wanting. Commercial property to employ people. Storage unit uses 2, maybe 3 people. And that's going to be gone here pretty soon with AI coming on speed. You won't even have to have a person there. So you guys have voted them down in the past, not had a problem with it. I hope you continue to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
That concludes the speaker cards, Mayor.
That concludes the speakers?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay. Council, any further questions of staff? Okay, I'm closing the public hearing. I need a motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to deny resolution
I'll second that.
2025-40. There we go, sorry.
I got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Mayor Medina. Any further discussion, gentlemen?
No, sir.
Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Oh, as you were. Hold on.
She needs a reason.
I need the reading. Madam Attorney. Did you not hit the button? Yes.
You threw me off.
Okay.
On this one, typically, like the center point, I come back with findings of fact and conclusions of law. But when we've had instances where the person has not appeared, I am going to ask in this case if you all, because you already approved you already voted to deny, that as far as the findings of fact and conclusions of law, that the applicant has the burden of proof, the applicant did not appear, and therefore the applicant did not sustain his burden of proof, as well as the recommendation of P&Z, if we could incorporate that into the findings of fact and conclusions of law that are signed in this case. If council would be in agreement with that.
Yeah,
Yes,
then I
ma'am.
amend my motion to include that.
Okay.
Well,
Do you need a motion? You need a consensus or you need a motion?
If you could, a motion to approve, as I've stated, because you're essentially, you've denied, now this will be what the basis of that denial is that we will send out.
Finding of fact, so you need a motion.
Yes.
Carry
Yes,
on.
I'll amend my motion to include.
And I'll second it. I've got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Mayor Medina. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Is that good enough for you,
Yes,
madam?
thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So we are now on item number 8. I'm going to open up the public hearing, and Madam Smith.
Sir, this is the item where we've already had the public hearing. Council heard from the applicant, heard from staff, and the residents. The hearing was closed. Council did deliberate in public and then did vote to deny. So what we're here for is if you'd approved, you'd have adopted an ordinance. But since you're denying, you have to have findings of fact and conclusions of law. I do want to state, because I'm going through this history to let you know, because I know, and I want to write it on the record, that you all did receive ex parte communication. The hearing is closed, which means that was all the evidence you all were to have considered, you have already considered, you already made your vote. So what you're here is to actually approve an order which memorializes the reasons for your vote. You're not here to reconsider whether you should approve or deny. You've already made that decision. You're not here to gather more testimony. The hearing is already closed, and this has not been advertised for a motion to rehear. You cannot sua sponte, on your own, consider a motion to rehear the evidence without providing notice and an opportunity for the public to be heard, which they cannot because the hearing is closed. So we are here for this is one thing only that's been advertised, which is for you all to approve an order which memorializes the basis for your decision. And I have prepared a proposed order for your consideration based upon the record and the statements that were made at the hearing. So you can approve that order, you can make changes to that order, but the only thing that you're here and the only thing that this has been advertised for is for the adoption of the order based upon your previous vote to deny.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions of our city attorney or staff, counsel? Okay. Seeing none, is there, I'm guessing, ma'am, you want to come and approach counsel?
Sir?
It can, yes?
You're.
Okay, well, I'm about to say, is anyone in the audience?
Sir.
Yeah.
I want you to think back, because this is the same thing as the ordinance. If you were to close the hearing and you all were getting ready to make changes to the ordinance, would you open the hearing back up to allow people to talk about the changes to the ordinance? No. Everybody had their chance to at the hearing. What you have to do is provide an opportunity to be heard before the decision is made. You all have already made the decision. This is the end of the decision-making process. You're asking to reopen the hearing after you've already decided. You would not do that with an ordinance. If you are going to make changes to the ordinance after you close the hearing, you just make changes to the ordinance.
So all we need to do is a vote?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll need a motion.
It's the same. We've done every time.
All right. So all you need is a motion, ma'am?
Yes. It was a public hearing. This is the conclusion of the public hearing. The hearing has already been closed.
Okay. All right. Counsel, I need a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the final order of the denial of the rezoning for the property.
Second.
Oh, okay. I got a motion by Councilman Hammer, seconded by Councilman Johnson. Any further discussion, gentlemen? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. We're now on new business, item number 1. Mr. Morton.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. My understanding of this, we have staff here, but we have received the funds. We did not allocate or reallocate them properly in the appropriate federal or state buckets, so that process would in fact go ahead and just do that. So in essence, it's a housekeeping item to make sure we're properly accounting for and receiving those federal and state funds.
Okay, so any questions of Mr. Morton? Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any speaker cards? On new business item number 1?
No, Mayor.
Okay, so no speaker cards. I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
I got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. Any discussion, gentlemen?
No,
All
sir.
in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Our second item, new business number 2, is selection of our deputy mayor. So, any speaker cards, Deputy Mayor?
No, Mayor.
I need a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve Deputy Mayor Mike Jaffe to continue being Deputy Mayor for the next fiscal year.
I second it.
I got a motion by, are you good with that, Deputy Mayor?
I'm honored.
Yeah, I think you're doing an outstanding job, sir.
Thank you, Mayor.
Outstanding job. I got a motion by Councilman Hammer, seconded by Councilman Langevin. Any further discussion, gentlemen?
Yeah, I just didn't want to sit next to him.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. When I've said, and I've said this in the past, it's an honor for me to navigate all these different personalities. At this time, we're item number 3. So, gentlemen, as you know, we have our Veterans Day Parade coming up on Saturday morning. I want the audience to understand this. Corporal, and yes, he's a Marine Corps veteran, Corporal Christopher J. Swiss, it's in the summary. He's an outstanding veteran, but moreover, he's one of our own. He's a veteran of the United States Marine Corps. Hoorah! We're about to celebrate 250 years of the elite fighting force that we are. Yeah, go Navy! But I'm just proud to have someone that, he joined the Marines in 2004, right after September 11th. So you could figure out where his mindset was. He was deployed 4 different times, twice to Iraq. He served 5 years, splitting time, being designated marksman for the 1st Fleet Anti-Terrorism Security Team, and a team leader with LAR. Mr. Swift moved to Palm Bay in 2009, and he's been here since. And I really would want to fly a flag in his honor. The question would be to coincide perhaps with Veterans Day, would be my only suggestion, if we could have it flown on Veterans Day, or since he is the Grand Marshal of our Veterans Day Parade, have it flown on that day. So that's the only thing I'd like to see, if maybe we change that date to Veterans Day 2025 in honor of his service. I do have 2 speakers, or 1 speaker. Mike Hammer buzzed in twice.
As we're discussing this, I think there's a few things that our council needs to realize about Mr. Swist. He hasn't just been a warrior overseas, he's been a warrior here too. Mr. Swist was the victim of one of the most horrendous things that's ever happened in our city. And he took that time to create a 501c called the 3 Angels, named after the 3 angels that he lost. And he has successfully brought cleats, paid for registration, and everything for children within Palm Bay and pretty much Brevard County. His service to not only our country but our city is beyond denial. And I will be behind this 200%. And I'd also like to mention he is part of a state champion paintball team which resides here in Palm Bay. Thanks.
Outstanding. Yeah, he's got some knowledge with that, huh? Councilman Langevin.
Yes, Mayor, I was just going to say, as a Marine, he'd probably like it to be flown on the 250th birthday of the Marine Corps, which is the day before Veterans Day.
Yes, sir. That was considering, I was just thinking it on a grand scale, but I agree. Let's fly it on November 10th, 2025. Outstanding job there, Langevin, or as you were, Councilman Langevin. I got back to my military roots, I guess. We go by last names, right? Outstanding job, sir. It'll be flown on November 10th, 2025, in his honor. So I would entertain a motion. I'll second it.
So moved.
I have a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Mayor Medina. For it to be flown on November 10th.
Correct, Mayor.
All right, sir. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Councilman Langevin, is there something that you'd like to place, get consensus
Yes,
for
Mayor.
For placing on the agenda?
Yes, Mayor. So I got a couple complaints from people, and it was actually a really good thought that I wish I had just thought of on my own without people coming and complaining to me about it. But the complaints that I've been receiving from our residents are that they're having to deal with houses being built to them and buildings taking place on Sundays. And so I reached out to staff, and I was wondering, do we have an ordinance against this? Are these builders out of compliance, or do we not have an ordinance against it? And kind of the results that I got back was we have some conflicting ordinances, so we're not actually able to enforce no building on Sundays. So, it's my opinion that we should not be allowing building in the city of Palm Bay on a Sunday. It's the day that most people pick to rest. I don't care. I'm just going to say it is the Lord's Day, and they should be in church. But if they're not, that's their call. But we shouldn't be encouraging it. So I'd like to just get consensus from council to bring up an ordinance from staff that clarifies that ordinance and makes it very clear that we don't allow any construction on Sunday.
Yeah, I'm definitely a thumbs up on that, Councilman Langevin. It was my interpretation that there was something already in place, but if it's conflicting, yeah, I'd like to have that clean up, and I thank you for bringing that up.
And is this in residential or in all zones?
Yeah, I'm in favor of just zero construction in the city of Palm Bay on a Sunday.
You got a thumbs up from me. I'm gauging Councilman Hammer. Did you thumbs up on that? And
Agreed.
Deputy Mayor?
Agreed.
Good. Yeah, and then, so we're good on that item?
Yeah,
Okay.
so I think the question, I think Councilman Johnson's a little hesitant because of the commercial
Yeah,
aspect of it.
if we're doing if there's something commercial being built, do we want that stopped too? Typically, it wouldn't be near homes, but.
I mean, they normally are. I mean, you look at our commercial thoroughfares, whether it's Malabar, Palm Bay Road, there's houses right behind them. I mean, it is pretty tough. You could find onesie twosies, especially if we start building the compound, but then you also look at, okay, well, since we allow it, then these guys, maybe they want to go to church or they want to have a day off, and because there's nothing in place, their boss just says, hey, if you want to keep working Monday through Friday, you're going to come in and work Sunday too. And so I just think it's a good ordinance to have on the books that says, you know what, on Sunday, we're not building in the city of Palm Bay.
Okay. All right, you've got your consensus. sir.
Chick-fil-A does it.
Yeah.
Carry on. Does that conclude your items
Well,
of
and then,
consensus?
and then the one other thing that I thought of while we were discussing storage units is, I mean, should we just give consensus to staff right now to go back through our planning and, through the zoning and everything that we have for the city and just identify where maybe some good areas in the city are that could have storage units, and then everywhere else where maybe right now the zoning allows a storage unit to be built, we come back with essentially a zoning change that says, we're not going to allow storage units to be built in these commercial and industrial areas. Because I know we had that one light manufacturing rezoning that we did where it wasn't going to be a storage unit, but just in case we said, okay, we'll allow it to be rezoned to light manufacturing or whatever, but we're going to have say that we're not going to do storage units there ever, no matter if you change your mind. So why don't we just like get ahead of the game and plan this out and say, okay, maybe this industrial area over here is good for storage units, but maybe not in Bayside over here, and let's just come back with one vote that we can just say, hey, this is where we're going to allow storage units, this is where we're not.
Yeah, so if I'm tracking you correctly, like, storage unit in light industrial more in those type of areas, is that what I'm hearing? Is storage units allowed in light industrial right now, Mr. DiLorenzo?
Thank you, Brian. I believe it's a conditional use, but I got my code right here, so if you give me a second, I'll pull it up
Okay,
and take a
carry
look
on.
at it.
Yes, sir. Carry on.
Yeah, not that it's necessarily an all light industrial, but just that they identify areas of the city where it would be good to have them in areas where if it's not good and it's currently allowed, let's just conditional use it and say they can't build there.
Kind of like review, isolate just that commercial use, that storage facilities.
Yeah, and that should just kind of prevent some of this stuff from coming back up every piecemeal every time somebody wants to build a storage unit.
I understand. Mr. DiLorenzo?
Mayor, City Council, it is a permitted use currently in light industrial and heavy industrial.
Okay, what Mr. Langevin proposing is to have staff look over and identify places where that would be a better fit. The only problem I'm having with is trying to restrict it to that level when we're supposed to be free enterprise, right? So that's the only issue. Government intrusion is a little bit that we may be considering this, but I want to consider this.
And there is
Councilman Langevin.
some commercial codes allow the conditional use, which is kind of what we heard tonight was they were looking for the conditional use within that commercial district. So as long as the land development code has that conditional use option, we're going to continue
to
hear these things.
Understood.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
It is a conditional use in general commercial, highway commercial, and community commercial.
So all of those are already identified.
Right, so what I'm saying is for staff to go through all of our areas in the city that has open commercial property and industrial property, anywhere that currently allows a storage unit, whatever the zoning is that allows a storage unit, and then essentially say, look, yeah, this technically allows a storage unit because it's, zoned light industrial or because it's zoned commercial, but it's right in the middle of a neighborhood or whatever, and it wouldn't be good. So let's put that on the list. And then anywhere where it just doesn't make sense to have a storage unit, but there's currently zoning that allows it, staff brings back a list of those places, and we just put a conditional use that says, we're never going to allow a storage unit in those places. You can build other stuff, but, and that way, it's just identified. There's some areas on the parts where they need to be in the city, and then we don't have stuff coming back in the middle of neighborhoods for a storage unit.
Some potential other creative language could be, you could do it within a 10-mile radius as the crow flies. If there's a storage unit already in an area that's 10 miles, and other places like Fort Myers Beach does a hotel cap, how many rooms they can have in a particular area. You can also do how many units within a storage unit could be in a specific area. And if you're already maxed out the amount of storage units within that building in an area, no other storage units can be built within, 10, 12, 15-mile radius.
Okay.
There's other creative ways.
So you're good with trying to get something like that
Absolutely.
together? Okay, so I think you got consensus right now, but.
All right.
Okay, so on both, you went 2 for 2 today.
Good, and then I'm still going to wish the Marine Corps happy 250th birthday. Thank you.
Yeah, well, that's my call. Councilman Ham.
It's crazy that just got brought up, because one of my biggest things that I've been called for was the storage units in front of Pineapple here. Palm Bay doesn't have a downtown. So our shining gem that we have that is a downtown is this intersection here. If you're up in your office and you look out, you're going to see 2 storage units right across the way. And you have this big, beautiful, nice school there, and it's going to be blocked by a storage unit. I would I would think the area around Minton, leaving this establishment, would be prime commercial for things that make our city shine. And our city shine. So,
Censor.
I am 100% for having things that make our city shine in the prime commercial areas. Secondly, I've been getting calls about the soccer fields at Fred Poppy. We only do have one soccer field that's usable here in Palm Bay that I know of. I can't think of any other places. And a lot of people have been trying to use them, and they're being told that they're full or booked, and when they go out there, they're empty. I don't know if that's something we need to address with our recreation department, or if we need to start looking into building some more soccer fields.
So I agree with you, but even it's a little bit bigger than that. I've been talking about football fields and baseball field, and recreation's huge, a huge need. But I believe that we were working on a master plan for Fred Poppy Park, and in that, it's going to have some of those identifiers, I think. So we've put that already in place. Let's see what that study shows. And then that is a great item to bring back. And moreover, in the future, because I'm thinking right alongside of you, sir.
So Fred Poppy already has the soccer fields.
Yes, sir.
So we don't have them anywhere else. So that's why I was trying to find out if there's somewhere that we can, anytime we go and do soccer goals, if there's an empty field at, say, Veterans Park.
Like Bayside Lakes?
There's areas within our city that are just big fields. If we can just put up some soccer goals for people to use, it's extremely needed.
I'm gonna say yes. I'd love to see that. However, at the same time, I need to see that one study completed with Fred Poppy. Why not have another? We've got plenty of space there, right? Why not have another field there? I'm not sure if that's possible, but I would identify not only that soccer fields, but I'm saying football fields too. Because I believe that soccer is such an intense sport, or football may be too intense, to share the same field. And that's the problem that we have with soccer. But I'm also a baseball guy. I like baseball fields, and I look at Deputy Mayor Jaffe, who's a good baseball coach, doesn't pitch as well, but he's still a good baseball coach. But anyway, I think of all those fields that maybe we could, and I'm going by your admission, sir. I'm thinking about as a whole, in general. We do have some green space. Let's identify that. But where are we in that study? Would you know where we are with the Fred Poppy Park?
Dr. Robinson's going to answer that for us.
Sure, great question, Mayor. We have some preliminary numbers back for that, which we're actually reviewing at this moment. So we have the entire study done, and we're just reviewing and having some discussion internally. And we can bring that back to council once we've kind of gone through that process.
Yeah, I'd love for that to ensue before we jump to something else. Let's get a holistic approach to everything. I think that would be prudent of us. What are your thoughts, sir?
I just want people to be able to play soccer. That's it.
Does that, yes, sir, that's another one. Does that conclude your report, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Councilman?
I will jump in. I spoke to former Councilman Donnie Felix, and he's on the books with a meeting with the city staff on the 19th regarding that topic, because it has been it's become monopolized, I guess, in regards to just one organization having access to the soccer fields all the time and nobody else having access. So that's going to be a discussion in a few weeks. So I appreciate staff getting that scheduled for them. Other than that, I do share the same concerns as the one speaker for public comments in regards to sidewalks. But what I've been noticing an increase is cars parking on the sidewalks, which is making it hard for the kids to get to their, where they're supposed to go. So then they have to kind of weave out into the road and then get back onto the sidewalk. So that's the main thing I've been seeing. So I'm not sure if that's something for code or for us just to call our non-emergency hotline number or what, but that's been the main increase I've seen specifically on San Filippo, over in San Filippo area. So, but yeah, sidewalks is something we've been trying to tackle for a while. Street lights, it's a lot. It's a lot. But
Thank you for mentioning
Yeah.
street lights, sir.
But Mr. Morton's been taking a bite out the elephant one bite at a time. So we just keep giving him time. He's giving us results. So that's all I got, Mayor.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to Councilman Hammer because I think he wants to weigh in on.
In our
your
last
comment.
TPO meeting, there's a lot of strategies to bring forth a lot more sidewalks, a lot more funding for pedestrian inclusion here in our city.
Okay. Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council, for the opportunity to serve the city alongside you guys. Again, as Deputy Mayor, I take the role very seriously, and I'm just grateful and humbled by the ability to continue to serve in this capacity. Council report that I have is I had the ability, the pleasure to go to Tallahassee this week with our city manager, Deputy City Manager Brian Robinson, and George Barber as well, alongside with our consultant, Sunrise Consulting Group. And currently what's going on in Tallahassee right now, it's committee week. Some members of the House and Senate are back in Tallahassee as they get ready for a session that begins early in February. But this is like kind of where the magic starts to happen during committee weeks. And we're just with some incredible help from our representative, Monique Miller. She attended a meeting with us, with Vicki Lopez, who is the chairwoman for the State Administrative Budget Subcommittee. So, Palm Bay Council, recently voted on appropriations. And so we game planned and we met with Vicki Lopez, Representative Vicki Lopez, to strategize, how can we be successful. And in addition to meeting with her, we also met with Chairman Representative Jason Shove, who is the chairman for the Transportation and Economic Development Budget, as well as the Chairwoman McFarland, who's in charge of Information Budget and Policy Subcommittee. And each different chairperson has a different responsibility for every asset we're going for. So it takes a lot of strategy, it takes a lot of relationship building, and navigating the complexity of what's happening up there. While we were up there, we also took advantage of meeting with Representative Brackett and also Representative Chase Tremont, as well as Senator Mayfield's staff. And I think one of the best meetings that we finished the trip off with was meeting with Alex Kelly, who is the Secretary of Department of Commerce, for some visions that we have in the compound, trying to utilize the property that we own along JEA Bombardier across from the CEDU Manufacturing Facility, Research and Development Center, where we're asking basically for a workforce grant to be able to run utility services to the north end of the compound. Staff's been working incredibly hard with FP&L to get power to the north end of the compound, and we already have water out there, and if we can secure this grant, it'll allow us to really spearhead some commercial and industrial economic development in the compound, which our city desperately needs that diversity. The meeting went so well that the secretary and his staff have asked to come to Palm Bay, and so we believe that meeting is going to take place very soon. So I'm just really hopeful and grateful for what had happened. I know we have some other trips planned between now and session again, and then we're also working on some other larger things. As soon as the federal government opens back up, we'll be making a trip to DC to continue the initiatives that we started at the beginning of this year that really align with what we're trying to do in the compound division of the city, and to bring jobs to Palm Bay and not more residential. So with that concludes my report. If council has any questions about the trip, I'm happy to answer it now. So.
No, don't have any questions, Deputy Mayor, but I just wanted to commend you for the outstanding job and the trip, the success staff had, and for these folks to come down and visit the compound. That's a huge accomplishment, and so I wanted to commend you for your hard work on that trip. Couldn't make that, but I'm really proud of the team we sent out there. We send up an outstanding group of individuals. And I thank each and every one of you, because ultimately we're all in this together, and I appreciate it, man. So, Deputy Mayor, congratulations on your second term as Deputy Mayor. And moreover, congratulations on a successful trip, man. We're proud of you.
Thank you. So I'll conclude with, I had the blessing of attending the SWAT Roundup competition. One of the greatest things that I witnessed was one of our men suffered an injury, and what I witnessed was the epitome of teamwork. No man left behind. It was an outstanding demonstration of teamwork where all other SWAT members were cheering and applauding on their own competition. And it was just, it was heartwarming to see how everyone that was involved, regardless of what agency, they all rallied together and they were supporting our Palm Bay's finest. So way to go, team. Really proud of you. Really proud of the leadership that we have, Palm Bay PD, and I'll end with that. We're now on administrative and legal reports. Mr. Morton, any additional reports?
I just wanted to add one thing because it just came, the news just broke as we were coming to the council meeting, but just to add on to Deputy Mayor's leadership, just found out that additionally, it looks like the region secretary and potentially the state secretary from FDOT are also going to come down within the next 2 weeks to look at transportation issues that y'all have been advocating for, and also to see the periphery that we're trying to create for the transportation network on St. John. So just thank you, and as I get that clarified, we'll share what it actually is with council. It's one or the other or both, but it's very promising. So thank you, Deputy
Outstanding.
Mayor.
That's a big hoorah. Does that conclude your report, sir?
Yes, thank you.
All right, Madam Smith.
Yes, Mayor. I need someone, a council member to serve on the Risk Management Committee.
Okay, council, who's going to sit on that risk management committee?
Yeah, I nominate myself.
What's the commitment look like?
I'm sorry.
What's the
The
time?
commitment.
The commitment, what's the time commitment look like?
It varies. We have now 2 cases that would fit the criteria, but it just depends upon what settlements are come forth that are within the parameters, which now is 100,000. Sometimes we don't meet at much, and other times it could possibly be more because we've increased the limits, but we haven't had a lot of meetings, but this is the first couple that are under the higher limit.
You want it? Or he wants it?
Oh,
No, I'd be willing to do it, but
I feel like his plate's probably full.
Yeah,
yeah, I mean, I'd nominate Councilman Johnson.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Okay. Councilman Johnson's your appointee then. Did you need that in the motion, ma'am?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, that concludes our reports. This meeting's adjourned.